welcome back to our viewing audience. We appreciate your patience. We are returning from executive session. We'd like to acknowledge we did have some technical difficulties and would like to apologize for that inconvenience as we did not have sound at the beginning of the meeting. We are back. I hope that you can hear me fully. We are reconvening today's meeting, January 11th, 2022, the Equity and Student Achievement Committee meeting of the whole. And again, we thank you for your patience. As we move forward into this meeting, I'm taking a look. It looks as if the meeting minutes for December 14th are pending. So those are forthcoming. So at this time, I'd like to move forward to the resolutions. It looks like we have about 7 resolutions for consideration around human capital. Bear with me, this is my first time, but I would like to make a motion to consider Resolution 368.
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion. Thank you. General Counsel, open for discussion on Resolution 368 at this time. Okay, it does not appear as if we have.
Commissioner, excuse me for 1 second. Can you guys remember to turn your mics on when you are speaking? Thank you.
Okay. And I did not capture the Zoom. Were there any questions on Zoom for Resolution 368? No? Okay, so with no questions for Resolution 368, I believe we're going to vote on that at this time. So I'd like to make a motion.
Just all those in favor?
All those in favor for Resolution 368?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Thank you.
The online vote is open now.
Thank you. Okay, and just making sure that the board clerk has everything registered here. Moving forward into Resolution 369. I'd like to make a motion for Resolution.
Seconded.
Thank you. Open for discussion, Resolution 369. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Amend this one from the floor? So what's the department that has to change to? Want to write it out for me?
We're waiting on Vice President Elliott and
shoot.
Commissioner
Sorry about that.
Patterson.
Thank you.
You have to vote. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, wonderful. Next, we're going to move in. I'd like to make a motion for Resolution 370.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, take Ricardo's.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, Commissioner Adams, for that second. I'd like to open.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the administration would like to amend the location of the 4th entry to program efficiencies. Not, in lieu of Department of Financial Management, would be the program efficiencies.
Okay.
So
So how would we go about amending that? Is that
I'm
just?
making a motion to amend.
Need
Okay.
a motion to amend.
Okay.
Seconded?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Further discussion?
I'm sorry. Thank you, General Counsel. Open for discussion at this time.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, Resolution 370, there seems to be a lot of staff that are hired and that need to get an explanation of why we have to hire the number of people in the Finance and Budget Department that we're hiring. So, Madam Superintendent, can you ask?
Madam President, could we just hold that question for after the motion to amend has been acted on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. So that's what we're voting on now?
Yes,
The
so right
motion
now,
to
we're
amend.
a motion to amend
I'm
the
sorry.
changing of location for that
Thank you.
particular item.
Okay, aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
And are we going to?
A motion to consider the resolution as amended.
Okay, so motion to consider the resolution as amended.
Motion.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Oh,
Aye.
discussion.
Open for discussion.
It's okay.
Uh-oh.
Because we have discussions on this.
You good?
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so, Madam Superintendent, if you can, there seems that we're hiring a lot of staff in the finance budget department, so can I get an explanation as to why we are doing that?
Can everyone hear me through my mask? Is that okay? Thank you. So good evening, everyone. We're adding multiple positions, obviously with some of the, one, because of items that are outlined in the financial plan that was written and approved by the Board of Education relative to items needed in that department. But there are also just additional burdens that come with adding with ARP and CURSA, but I will certainly ask either Dr. Morris or CFO Pierce to provide further explanation relative to specifics. If you want to start, Dr. Morris.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me through my mask.
Carlene.
I know CFO Pierce can provide additional information via the question log, but there is a request for positions to make sure that we are compliant with the financial and the academic plan from the state monitor, and also to ensure that we are able to support the reporting and the financial requirements that come along with the management of ARP and CURSA funds that we have just recently received through the state.
Carlene, if you'd like to come up and just provide any other details you feel are pertinent.
I just want to remind everyone, and it is exactly as Dr. Morris and Dr. Myers-Small is saying, is that we are ramping up our staff to support the CURSA or CURSA and the ARP funding. So when you're bringing in an additional $300 million into the district, as well as another FMP project, which is over $400 million, on top of a budget that's already approximately $1 billion, there is extra staff that's needed for that. Any individual, such as the position that is being approved this evening, and again, it was just one position that was approved this evening under our department, any position that's coming in underneath the grants department is funded by specific grants. All of those positions are totally funded underneath the grants department, underneath the grant that it supports, or with grants that they support. In the past, too, you may recall that there has been criticism in the finance department for a lack of staffing, that we were understaffed. This is something that the unions have brought forward, comments that they have made. And what we're doing, too, is we're absolutely utilizing I don't know if that clarifies where you were going with the question or not.
Yeah, let me just ask, and maybe this is not a question you could ask right now, but ideally, how many staff should be in the department? Aside from the ESA funds and the CURSA, the ARP and the CURSA. Yeah, thank you. How many, what should that department look like in terms of staffing?
So that's a very good question, and it's one that's going to take some time to actually come up with a benchmark number, if you will. One of the things that we're doing and working on, obviously, is the integration of the Oracle cloud system that you've been hearing about. So we're moving away from PeopleSoft. One of the reasons that we're moving away from that system is because Oracle Cloud provides greater efficiencies, meaning that you have a system working for the people instead of the people working for the system. So as we move through that integration, we should over time be able to reduce the number of FTEs that you have that are currently doing the jobs manually, if you will. The system should be taking it over. To say that I would have an exact number for you today, I don't know that count. What I can assure you is that we have been reducing the number within our department. We're ramping up now just for CURSA and ARP, but again, those are temporary positions. All of those positions were defined within, as Dr. Morris had stated, within the academic plan, within the financial plan. and within CIRSA and ARP. The specific positions were put in there, and I'd be very happy to bring to you our new org chart, the way that that would look, and then each position defined as it was stated in the grant or in the academic plan or
All right.
financial plan.
That would be helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate you asking. Thanks so much. Anything else?
Thank you, Vice President LeBrun.
Thank you. So I do understand that it is in the CRESA and ARP plan that the superintendent submitted to the state, and then the state also approved. But my concern, and I don't know, this is not necessarily a question for just your department or you, CFO Carleen Pierce. It's more for the administration. I've seen positions come through for HCI as well, your department, grants, and other departments in central office. What I would like to have is a itemized, if you will, Excel spreadsheet of all the positions that have been hired, that were approved through ARP and CRESA, what vacancies we have, who's been hired, when the funding ending source is going to be for these individuals. Because my biggest fear is, and historically the district has a history of doing this, I'm not saying you all, but this is a history in this district of using what we call soft dollars grant funds and turning it into hard lines, and now these folks then become permanently fixed here with dollars that we never actually had to keep them here. And then obviously it puts us in a financial crunch. So I would like to have that. I think that it would be appropriate to potentially have that by the time the HR committee meets again, because that is something we can then discuss in the HR committee, but then also as we're going into budget season to look at what that looks like for this budget cycle, so that we're aware of what it will look like the next budget cycle. By that third budget cycle, those positions should actually start depleting from the district, I would imagine, because they're on different cycles of the funding source. So if that makes sense, I can also put it in writing, but I would like an itemized for the full board to review. But I also just want us to be conscious and aware who's been hired, how many positions are still left or open according to the plan, and when their positions will be funding end. The other piece I just want to add is, and I don't know if you've asked folks to sign off on this, but as they're getting hired, it would be probably beneficial for them to sign off with the understanding that they are aware that this is temporary funding through CRESA or ARP. I'm sure there's some additional accountability pieces for those dollars, but just so that it's clear to the staff too, because what I would hate is like 2 years from now, folks are advocating that we don't let these folks go, but we know from the very beginning we're hiring them with temporary dollars and funding.
Right. And that is a very legitimate ask, and I assure you that the Grants Department, as well as the Department of Financial Management, which reports into me, actually has been keeping track of all those positions, and it's clearly defined by position, the length of the position, the need for the position, and the termination of the position, and it's all spelled out in there. We know that this will probably be the most audited grants, highly audited grants that we will have ever encountered. And so, again, I's have to be dotted, T's have to be crossed, and it has to be pristine in our ability to just make sure we're in absolute compliance and ready for that audit to come in. So that type of detail is being tracked, and it is an absolute requirement that the individual sign off on documentation to acknowledge the fact that the position is grant funded.
I just have a follow-up on that. Just so, are you saying that you're tracking this for all the departments, so HCI, your department,
All
if they're going to
departments.
schools, if they're in central office, your department is tracking it for all departments?
My department is assisting the grants department in tracking it. It was all part of the original document that was approved, that was submitted for approval. And that detail, that level of detail is within those documents. It's all right in there, all spelled out very clearly, so there's no mistake as far as what the intent of the ask was.
Well, I do remember in the plan that with the number of positions, the salary, what they were going to be doing, but as more and more resolutions are coming forth, I see that they're starting to be filled. But one thing that's not being addressed in these resolutions, and I brought this up before, is perhaps the board having resolutions that identify CRESA and ARP in a different color, or that they're highlighted so that we know we're voting on a resolution that is specifically being funded through these dollars. Otherwise, there's no way for us to really know unless we get to this level of detail
Sure.
in a resolution conversation, which I don't think is a feasible way to do this every single time. So we certainly can have further conversations in finance too, Carleen, and finance previews to see how we adapt these resolutions to spotlight ARP and CRESA dollars. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President LeBron. I see Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, so I did submit a question for the question log. It's very much related to the points that Commissioner LeBron has raised. When these dollars run out, and we're going to have to lay off employees, that means we're going to have unemployment insurance costs, and it's probably going to hit in the next fiscal year, not this fiscal year, correct?
That's my understanding, is that we will have the related costs. So we have, the CRSA is a 2-year grant, and then the ARP is a 3-year grant.
So we're going to incur some unemployment insurance costs in 22, 23. I would hope at this point that we're already budgeting for that and, or creating an estimate for the budget for that.
We would have to place that in the budget. I think the grant actually goes till September of '23. So
Right.
it would be in the following year budget, actually.
23,
23,
24,
24.
and then 24,
That's correct.
25.
Yep.
In which case, I reiterate the point I've made to you directly, Madam Superintendent, about establishing a restricted fund to set aside the funds at our earliest opportunity to ensure that they're there for 23, 24, and 24, 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
I was going to let Deputy Morrison, then I'll go,
Okay,
if you don't mind.
not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President LeBron, I wanted to mention that today we had a conversation with the Grants Department about your very concern, which we were going to see if we can tease out and make it a little bit more actionable in the resolution process. But instead of having where it says strategic plan and the linkage to the strategic plan, we wanted to see if it would be possible for us to notate in that field which grant, whether it's CRSA or ARP, and which priority it links to. That way it will be clear to the board when you're approving particular positions that a particular position has been linked to a particular piece of ARP or CRSA, and what element within ARP or CRSA it ties to. So we want to make sure that we're able to demonstrate some transparency within the resolutions for these funding. And we just discussed that today, but we're going to try and get that teased out so that we can make that very clear for you all.
And just one other point, I just wanted to say that we are on this because we got beat up, a couple of years ago. They beat us badly. And because I'm still feeling that, I got to, have you all to feel some of that too. Mm-hmm. So in the sense that, we just want to make sure that the board is doing its due diligence and making sure that we are asking the critical questions that we need to ask to ensure the public that the funds that the taxpayers provide for us, that we're doing our due diligence with those. So
Absolutely.
that's why we're asking.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I understand, and you're doing your job that you're supposed to be doing, and I appreciate the questions, and I'll make sure that I get the information back to you in the format that you would like to have it in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Superintendent Myers-Small, did you have?
Sure, two things. Just extending a little bit what has been said. I think it would be helpful for us to do a presentation so it is public and transparent, and our stakeholders can see that. And the second thing, I really do appreciate Vice President LeBron mentioning the fact that we just need to continually make explicit that these are temporary positions, because you've seen a lot of petitioning as of late for we need to add this particular position, but that in a year and a half now, or 2.5 years, those positions, unless we have bona fide vacancies, will be, they'll be laid off. And so we want to make sure that it's clear that when people come back and say, but we need, that just will, carefully remind the board that these are positions and our public These are temporary positions and not one that are permanent, because they cannot be supported by our budget.
I do have one other question. It's on a sort of different matter. I just want to make sure that I'm legally right. But there's been a concern. You know what? I'll wait. I'll email you and ask you that. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, and Madam Clerk, anyone on Zoom? No? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion, no.
No, but just,
We just want a second motion. We're just voting. Oh, okay, great. It's even better.
Yeah, voting
All right.
is open.
So the motion to vote is open
Yes.
on Resolution 370. Okay, all those in favor?
aye. Aye.
Any opposition? I will get this sooner or later.
You will.
We're going to
You're
move
doing good.
forward,
Don't worry
though.
about it.
Thank you. We're going to move forward into, to resolution, give me a second, my screen moved, 371 it's looking like. And I'd like to make a motion to consider resolution 371.
So moved?
Okay. Open for discussion?
Call the question.
It doesn't look like any questions.
I'm sorry, who did motion in a second?
I
Commissioner
motioned it.
Malloy, and then I second it.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Malloy?
Does anyone know if these positions, does this include any type of retroactive pay?
Good evening, Commissioner. Yes, depending on the start date of the individual, well, I'm sorry, my apologies. None of these people would be eligible for retroactive pay because they're all being appointed after today. So their start rates are above, but there are members in RAP, for example, that were previously appointed and started that would be eligible for retroactive pay if they started after July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or points of discussion? Okay, all those in favor of resolution 371, say aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on into resolution 372. I'd like to make a motion for resolution 372.
So moved?
Can I get a second? Second from Commissioner LeBron, thank you. Any discussion on resolution 372? If there is no discussion on resolution 372, all those in favor for resolution 372, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Our screens are probably catching up. We're just taking a moment to vote electronically as well, but the public has heard our verbal response as well. And I'll wait for Madam Clerk to let me know when we're all set. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to move on to, looks like our last resolution on this particular thread. I'd like to make a motion for resolution 373.
So moved.
May I have a
Second.
second? Second by Commissioner LeBron. Thank you. Commissioner Malloy,
Did you say 373 or 374?
373.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going to open for discussion. I did want to start with a discussion. I did have a question around Resolution 373. I do notice that the resignations are surrounding several areas of support, such as ESA, food, our paras, psychologists, security, SPED, and then speech and hearing, all of those areas which are key and core support areas for our students. And I'm wondering if there's a trend line that someone can guide us towards or guide me towards so that I can take a look at that. I know those are social, supports that we continuously hear there's a need for. Do we have a trend line on that?
Chief Miller, can you respond to that? Would you?
Sure. We do exit surveys with staff when they retire or resign. And we can certainly provide the board some data. While we don't want to see turnover and we want to retain everyone we can, there are various reasons why people do resign. And the number that we're seeing here would not be uncommon, although we need to continue to do everything we can to understand why people leave and what we can do to make working here something that people do for a long time. So we can certainly provide more information.
Okay, thank you so very much. Are there any other points of discussion or
Yeah,
questions?
Commissioner Simmons. Chris, just to ask if we know if any of these resignations are COVID-related? Do we know that, or is that a privacy issue?
Well, I could certainly review that and get back to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we all set on Zoom, Madam Clerk? Any questions on Zoom? Okay, any other questions or discussion points for Resolution 373? If not, all those in favor of Resolution 373? There we go.
Oh, it's coming, okay.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. There we go. I had to refresh my screen, thank you. Okay, so at this point, the resolutions are concluded for the evening. I'm going to move forward into the discussion topics. And our first item on the agenda is from Dr. Kathleen Black, the Deputy of Teaching and Learning, a presentation on the monthly academic update on curriculum instruction, assessment, and PD, also around our CURSA and ARP funding utilization. Thank you, Dr. Black.
I wonder if we should just let the All City School.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, for one moment, Dr. Black, I apologize for this. I'm getting a request. We do have All City High School in the building this evening, and we would like to take a moment if we can backtrack and go back and have All City come on up and present. And that would be Armando Ramirez. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. He is coming on up.
We need to hear the presentation first before we clap, before I clap.
Well, he knows I'm already a big fan, huge fan, so.
Muchas gracias and good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
President Elliott, I've been waiting a long time to say that, so congratulations to you, Madam Vice President, Madam Superintendent, and all the distinguished commissioners. My name is Armando Ramirez Valentino. Put a little roll in that when you say it. I want to thank all the distinguished guests in the background. She is my Academy Director, Partner in Crime, and all the good stuff that happens. She is the brains of the organization. I am the brawn. All City right here, standing here, we have over 50 years of experience in this district devoted to our community and to our scholars. So we're going to try to move through this President Elliott's matter to get through the meeting really quickly, but we hope that there'll be an opportunity for dialogue because much of what we do is built in our students, not what we're putting up here. So if you have questions, please feel free to interrupt us and ask us, because ultimately we have been serving this community for 10 years. This is our 10th anniversary. We've approaching close to 2,000 students that we've helped finalize their graduation requirements. So allow me to begin. Once again, All City is where students come to finish what they're started, whether they're finishing in 2.5 years, 3, or 7 years. Ultimately, we put a price on making sure that our young people leave and enter and return to this community with a high school diploma and with opportunities for college and career.
Hey, Armando, can you we've got new board members. Who's the student who comes to All City?
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we got to start with a great deal of our success is relationships. And you know you cannot move an agenda unless you have a relationship with the people you serve and the people you work with. And so I want to start with that. It's all based on human capital. Everybody knows by now is you just can't walk into All City and decide you want to be a teacher there or a student. And so part of the success that we have are the people that envisioned the program. They were serving a certain population, and there are dedicated employees that know the type of population that we will be serving. And that population has evolved, and I'll talk more to that. But we're very thankful that I can still see that, even though I don't have my glasses on. But we want to be thankful to our teachers. Our teachers are working right now with students. Our teachers wake up with the mission to support any student at any time. And even this evening, I was getting text messages about kids that want to apply to the district. I have your friend that graduated and finalized his graduation requirements. And so we want to thank the teachers, because ultimately they're on the front lines and they're working in RTA, who has been partners with us over the last 10 years, including the initiation of the program. Without Bente and RAP, we thank all our partners. Whatever role they play, it's a big role in how we meet the needs of our students. Of course, I give a shout out to my own bargaining unit, ESA. The administrators are working around the clock for Saturdays and Sundays. I'm holding Ms. Hart's hostage tonight. Her husband will be angry, but that too shall be forgiven later. Central office. I have, in the 30 years that I've been here, I've built a lot of relationships, whether I was a teacher at 28 or Douglas, or I student taught here. Those relationships have evolved into an ability to reach out to friends and colleagues to get the work done. And so I'm really thankful for my partners, whether it be HCI, whether it be Mike Schmidt, who does half the work in this district, or Mr. Glenn Vanderwater with the IT department. These are all great partners that I can call on in the weekends to get the help. And then we also have Tim Johnson, who I said I wouldn't give a shout out today. He made a joke at my expense today, but our virtual academy is a big part of what we do, is helping to kids get those credits and re-earning the credits that they failed in the past. So we are one of the best customers. We outpace the district in credit recovery, sometimes 2 or 3 to 1, which saves the district money. And we're getting close to 200 completions right now. So who are we, right? We are, All City are students that are on cohort, students that are underage and undercredited. Let me explain that concept. There's a kid that could have been in high school in 8th grade at 16 or 17. They're overage and undercredited because they're not moving at the same trajectory. So they may be on cohort, but they will never identify with the group of kids they are because they may have been retained in 1st grade or in middle school. So they're still on track, except they're on track to graduate at 21 or 19, and that's what makes it difficult. So not every overage undercredited kid is a kid that has been naughty or misbehaved. They're coming there with different challenges, whether it be language, whether it be social, emotional, or different pathways that they've taken. Also, we have a lot of young mothers. All City always had more young mothers than young mothers. We always service that population. And young parents. I always forget, we have a lot of young fathers that are still trying to do the right thing. And youth in transition. Our enrollment is open every single day, and we take kids and build plans for them every single day. I got 3 kids coming tomorrow for an intake meeting, and we will develop a plan individually and by hand to meet their needs.
So every student there has a plan?
Every student has an individual plan. It's not a course request that goes in a computer and gets spit out and give that plan. So I can't really see a great deal. So yeah, go ahead, Ms. Hart.
So this also, it kind of explains a little bit of who our school is. We are non-traditional in that we don't have everything that a traditional high school has, but we come at things in a little different way. And a lot of that is individualized. Our students are older. They typically are grades 10 to 12, 17 to 21. We run on a semester schedule. So instead of students earning 6.5 or 7 credits a year, they can earn up to 10, 5 in the fall, 5 in the spring, similar to a high school or to a college schedule. We do individualized grad plans for everybody. If you have to get a younger sibling on the bus, if you have your own child, we won't schedule you for block 1 because you won't ever get there. So we're not going to set you up to fail, we're going to set you up for success. We use work experience when we have students who are trying to get caught up. We have some students who want to accelerate. They have plans, they want to start and be finished with school in January. So we can offer them that flexibility. Our schools, we have students from all of the high schools. We also, in the past, we closed out schools, we've closed out programs, we've taken students in from charter schools, students from out of town. We don't even know where they hear about us sometimes, but I also think you have to imagine if you've been in a small private school out of state, you get dropped into Rochester, maybe from the south, and now you're in 10-degree weather, and then you get dropped in a school with 2,000 kids. You think, where am I? But we're a smaller community. We can welcome them in, smaller group of people, a smaller space, and it just seems to work for a lot of kids. But it just gives them another option.
So one of the things that we struggle with the most is what people have heard about what we do, or when they make comments about the type of students that we service. I know I've heard people say that's where they send all the bad kids. And there are no bad kids. There are kids that have made poor choices. There are kids that have had to make poor choices because of their parenting, their economics, anything. We've all made mistakes. The difference between me and some of the students that I service is I didn't get caught. Right? There's a fine line to poverty and your circumstances. We let kids know your circumstances don't define you. They're a part of your chapter. They're a part of your story. They will be a part of how you will service and support other people that will experience similar things to you. So the first myth is All City is where they send all the, it's the last stop before you drop out. And the reality, it's not. All City is willing to, let me look over here, is willing to try and re-engage any student. We re-engage any student, whether you're 16, 17, or 21. Our goal is to even say to you, you may not be able to get this high school diploma, but in the 6 months you could be here, we can get you ready for that task. We could get you ready for high school equivalency. We can get you to that work program that you're looking to do, to an apprenticeship, because sometimes it is too far gone. But we look at that student that we can still build, and here's the most important things. Many of these students will be our parents in the future. We're trying to repair the harm that was created on the journey, and to say at least the All City cared about us. At least I can reach out to Ms. Hart or my teachers, and they will pick up that phone, whether it's Saturday, Monday night, or any time during the year. We're trying to rebuild those connections with the community. The next myth is All City is a behavior program. We are not. You cannot be sentenced to All City. It is not links. Every program has a special need, just like you don't get sentenced to RIA. That program serves a certain student. Once again, we have had students that have had run-ins with different circumstances, but everyone gets treated with a blank slate. Many of our young people have burnt the relationships with people they've been with. In a K-12 school, by the time you get to 11th and 12th grade, you may have burned some. Kids get to get a fresh start at All City. We had that conversation. When you come here, whatever you did before stays where you left. Even with the parents, they know they're going to get, their child's going to get a fair start at our building. And then All City screens out students. If you saw the students that we took and the challenges they come with, you would probably not pick them in a comprehensive high school. We run like a comprehensive high school, but we have the luxury of being a program and working with those students. The goal is to first repair the things that are impeding their ability to learn and function in a classroom. And that's what we do first. And we do that in our intake form. In your folders, there's an intake form. I spend hours talking to a family before we even talk about an academic plan. And then it's about educating that, because most kids don't know what it takes to graduate from high school. Most parents don't know. So our goal is to educate them, say, yeah, you need 22 credits, but I've seen kids with 49 credits that can't graduate, and I'm many credits short. So our goal is, once we deal with, are you a young mother? Do you have daycare? Do you have food? Do you have this? Are you homeless? Are you a student that's transient? Are you a couch surfing? Once we settle that, then we can start talking about what's important for the community about getting a high school diploma. The next slide is, this is the most important to you, because ultimately, we don't want to throw money at a problem and keep throwing money at a problem. What do we do? Because ultimately, it's about graduation. We get judged in this district, how many kids are we graduating? So in 2018, 2019, we helped 178 kids obtain a high school diploma. We support them. Because we are a program, the accountability goes back to their home school, so they get credit for those students that are graduating. Of the 178 students that finished and finalized their requirements, 93 were on time and early grads. 60 were 5-year graduates. Our district gets credit for 5-year graduates also. In 2019 and 2020, we had 219 students that finished. 118 were on time and early graduates. That was 50% of the population. 60 were 5-year graduates, which was 27%. And last year during COVID, we had 180 students. 136 were on-time or early grads. That's 76%, and 30 were five-year grads. That's 70. So that's 85% of our kids were on-time, early, or a five-year graduate. And so this is a breakdown. You say, okay, yeah, those are all funny. We could play with numbers, but we could tell you where those kids came from, how many from each student. And if you look at why some rows are more or less like East High School, they work with us, but they identify students that would fit our program, but they have a lot of resources there, so they do that. World of Inquiry, with School Without Walls has different requirements. They're another transfer program, so they have different requirements. When a student comes from us from that school, then they're also choosing to take the 5 regions. So sometimes, you know, we work with those students, but they have different needs. So you can see some of our major partners. One will be highlighted soon. Yeah. So if you look at Wilson, when I talked about relationship, right now I'm going to focus on them because I think we were able to help improve their graduation rate between 5 and 7% last year, and this is why. If you look at our recipe for success, and this is cyclical, so you can start at any point. So one of the things that we did is we've connected Wilson, what does that say, Wilson? The Wilson counselors. I've talked to Dr. Myers Small. The heart of our high school is a counseling staff. We have the best counselors in the district. We've met with their counselors. Their counselors are having courageous conversations with a student that will not, and is impossible in a 7 or 8 period day, to earn 10 credits. They meet with them, they have courageous conversations, then they meet with us, we go over the list, we have conversations. What are some of the issues that are impacting, whether safety, security, or just parenting, and then we talk about that. And then they go back and they talk to the parents. So then they're not getting a cold call saying, hey, we're sending your kid to All City, because the word on the curb is that's where they send the bad kids sometimes. And that comes from us, the people within our own organization. And so they'll talk to the parents. The parents, once they know that there's a plan that they could take and even go home and think about it and then say, what is my homeschool? What can they do for us? And they compare. And then we go to the next and we do an intake meeting. That intake meeting could take half an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours to dig deep. That kid has to have an epiphany as to, I'm part of the problem. The parent has to say, I'm willing to support you because All City does not have a magic pill. We are like a comprehensive high school. You will have to do math, science, you'll have to pass the Regents, and English. You still have all the same requirements. It's just a different setting that's going to be nurturing, supportive, and restorative. You could come from work from Wegmans and have a box cutter in your pocket, and they self-report. They'll know that they can say, call an administrator, call Mr. Ramirez, I forgot I had this in my book bag because I walked the streets, or I left my job. And they know that they will be dealt with. You can't bring it, be careful, but they self-report. And we're proud of the relationship that we've created. They could also run away and leave for the day, but they choose not to. But that takes time in building that relationship. Did you want to add anything to it? And then the next slide. Oh, and then last year, we're very frugal with our money. So we have money we're very lucky, right? So last year, we had a TOA, but we couldn't find an individual that could fit that. We could have given it to somebody and just fill it for the sake of filling it, but we used that money and we worked with Title I, this is our partners in Central Office, and we funded our own summer program. And what we did is we worked with Wilson and other schools, and we tried to identify students because of the exemptions. How do we track kids and get some of the exemptions done? How do we focus on the core courses that they need to be successful, to get back on track, and then make a choice of where do you want to go to school? Some kids decided to stay with us because they met the teachers and they liked the environment, and some chose, I'm back on track, I'm going to go back to my home high school. And I think we had 100 kids because we were very modest. We provided a lot of core courses, and I think we had about 40 or 50 kids that graduated. Some kids stayed with us, and some went back to their home schools back on track. So it's very cyclical. This year, we're also planning another summer school experience to focus on kids we could get back on track so they could have less stress when they go back to their home schools or choose an adult environment. We compare All City to, it's like MCC, but you're working on your high school diploma. We have very few suspensions, because that's not, when a kid gets in trouble in one class, we don't suspend them for a week from all their classes. It's about taking a time out, how to be restorative, how to say please, thank you, and I'm sorry. You learn those 3 words, you can get out of 99% of the problems, like Armando Ramirez Valentino has gotten out of in the times he's been in trouble here too. And then, this is my favorite saying lately, paciencia y fe. For those of you that are not Italian Latinos, paciencia means patience, and faith. If you do not have that when you work with our students or anyone in the city school district or any child like you would have with your own children, then you will fail from the very beginning. We are very, 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 very patient. When is the last chance for a student? I've had students that I've dropped 3 or 4 times, they've come back and finished. We have to be patient and then have faith that our young people and their circumstances will not and should not define their futures or their opportunities. And then the last thing is, we're a school that services every school in this district. And with partners like Ms. Vanderwater from Wilson, the people at Edison, unless they have faith to turn over their accountability to us, we can't do what we do. So I want to thank just about everybody in this room has communicated with us and have supported us along the way. We couldn't do. And the people that are all city in 10 years, most of them are still original staff members. They are there because they know what they're going to deal with and they know it's not going to be an easy job. And so I think that's it. There's so much more. I'll give you an example. I forgot to mention Robert Alleman. Robert Alleman, every year, twice a year, sends me a list of all the students that have exited the district and have dropped out. We have found kids in Chicago that were 1 credit short to come back and sit for a class. We've had a girl from South America call, and then we attracted her brother. They had 49 credits. They were twins. One was in South America, one was in Brooklyn. We had a young lady I found this year, because every year I look for someone who's going to be that student. It was a 21-year-old young lady. She had 6 regions. She only needed 3 classes. One was phys ed. She's pregnant and was going to have a baby and is married, living an adult life. We were able to get her back, to re-engage her and get her the high school diploma. That will make a big difference in her opportunity and that child's opportunities. And she just built a relationship back with the city school district. So these are many, many stories that we have, and our program is based on word of mouth. We've had 3 or 4 siblings. We've told people, stop. We got to save some seed for other families too. But I think people come to us because it's small. They know we will take care of them. And we're not always successful. But we will be honest, we'll be faithful, and we'll be true to our mission.
Paciencia y fe.
Y fe. Gracias.
Yes. Muchas gracias,
I have a
Senor.
question.
So if you guys have any questions, like I said, most of the things, go ahead, President Elliott.
Yeah, let me just, you know, I'm a huge fan of the program, particularly because, you know, coming from the community-based organization environment, those are the skills and strategies that you need in order to be successful. So I'm very excited about the work that you're doing over there. And I go back on this board when All City was first created under Superintendent Bowen Vargas, I believe. And so really, really thankful for the work that you all do over there. I know it's difficult work, but you also have seen the results of the work that you do. But I have one question, if you can respond to it on the graduation data. You went from 52%, 54% to 76% of on-time and early graduates. Talk a little bit about how those efforts that you were able to increase the percentage of the students who are graduating on time or early graduates.
Yeah, so to be honest, we're not looking at percentage data like other comprehensive schools are, because our kids, you know, we had a kid from East that came with 4 credits, and she earned like 7 or 8 OCR courses and earned 10 credits during the semester. That goal for that kid was to re-engage them. Somehow, they found lightning in a bottle. Her motivation was going to the prom, but she needed to be a junior, and that was her goal at first. She had no anticipation ever of being able to finish, right? So we're not looking at graduation different. We're looking to re-engage a young person, no different than attendance. When you say, Armando, you only have 50% attendance, well, great. They weren't going to school last year anyway. So I went up 100 times over than they were coming.
Right.
So we don't look at data that way. We look at the individual, and we say, how do we get you to a place to either go to college or career? At the same time, we could cherry pick some students. We've had to turn students away that say, I want to be a doctor, but this is not, you have 19 credits, you want to be a doctor, you should be going back for AP courses, to take science classes. Don't come and take a general science course here. Don't shoot for the minimum, right? Because a lot of times we're talking about minimum requirements. We've sent many great scholars away. Beautiful from Wilson. She's, I think, at U of R. She tried to come to All City. She's one of my, we're friends now on the phone. She just made honor roll. I think she's from Wilson, and she wanted to come. Because of COVID, a lot of kids wanted to tap out early. We had to encourage kids to go back and don't take the easy way out. So sometimes we do recruit. Go ahead.
I do think there are two other reasons, though. Number one, I think historically our district had struggled with the exams. So with the exam exemptions, I think why in 1920 you saw a big jump in our number of graduates was because of those 5- and 6-year students that were hanging on to try to pass an exam. They got that exemption, which is why that number jumped. And then I think the next year, between our partnership with Wilson, where they really targeted their cohort kids, that added to it as well. That really when you target your data and the kids we could help and get them to finish on time.
Thank
I
you.
think those two things kind of added to it.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
No problem. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Patterson?
Yep. I'd like to applaud you. You mentioned two things that are dear to my heart. You spoke relative to relationships, and some people I spoke to today, new on the board, I spoke to them this morning relative to relationships and yesterday, correction, and faith. I think these are the things that are helping you be successful in what you're doing, because kids really don't know, they don't care what you know until they know that you care. And I felt your passion, you know, I feel relationships when I talk to you. So it isn't just about, you know, only the kids, it's all the individuals in this room too, and the commissioners on this board and superintendent. It's relationships. If we can do that the same way you're successful, this whole district can become successful. So again, I applaud you for those things.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson, and welcome to the team. As you know, even in our own lives, it's hard to maintain relationships. Many of you are here and your partners are at home, and you have to maintain that relationship and balance. It is difficult, even when things are good and you're choosing to be in that relationship. Our young people know that we will always speak truth to power and always try to do what's best for them. And honesty is better. Kids understand honesty, even though it hurts sometimes. And sometimes you just have to lay it out. This is what you need to do. This is what you have to do. It's going to be difficult and not painted any differently. But I think it's nice when somebody drives up and they say, hey, Mr. Ramirez, whether they were successful or not. Hey, Mrs. Hart. As you can see, Ms. Hart and I have a good dynamic. If she has something to say, there's no ego in my role. We all in this together. So we work off each other. There are students that I don't care for as much because they're difficult, but they adopt somebody in our building. So we have Connect for Success teams, and we attach kids to students and teachers so that if a kid gets in trouble, that adult is responsible for getting them back in and bringing them in, also looking over, because it's difficult. As a leader, you will have to make difficult decisions that are not always popular. But as long as people know you have students in the best interest, you'll be successful.
Awesome. I have a brief comment, but before I make a comment, I'd like to give the floor to Vice President LeBron for a moment.
Thank you. One, I just want to applaud you and your staff, all of your team actually at All City. And I always will support the alternative high school model for families and kids in this district because, you know, I've shared this with you. I've shared this, you know, very publicly, but I myself went to an alternative school and I was also a teen mom. And if it wasn't for Mr. Shakori Sabor, I have no idea where I would be, but he was a very radical, strict principal. And at the time, I didn't even realize how, like, even the board in Irvington, New Jersey wanted to get rid of him, but he was so well loved by families that every time they tried, we would show up. Like, y'all not about to get rid of our principal. But we knew that he cared about us. Like, that was it. That is the fundamental piece that you mentioned, is building that relationship from the very beginning. That you're not coming at our students, like you're 49 credits behind, how are we gonna get you there, versus, hey, what's going on in your life? Let's figure out how we can provide some supports for you and stabilize this situation and this crisis so that then we can focus on the academics. And for me, I feel like that is the model that works. Like that, we talk about there's no magical formula, but the formula is relationships. Like that's it. Like we built it from the very beginning. So I just want to applaud you all. Y'all know I got mad love for All City. I'll always support you guys and whatever I can do as, you know, your board liaison. But just thank you. I know that you guys go above and beyond for our students and our families.
Thank you. I know what it feels like to be trying to get rid of. I know that feeling. I think it's difficult leading in this district and advocating for young people because we're about compliance, checking the boxes, making sure we have the right attendance, and we lose sight of the students that we're serving that way. We are very fortunate that the staff we have is the staff that wanted to be there from the very beginning. You know, we thank Bolton Vargas, but really the work came on Sandy Jordan's back. She's the one that put the team together. She visioned it. They brought quality people together. So as much as people may not have favored the way she led, she did put a good team together, and I could always give her that much and say, hey, she did bring people of like mind and a willingness to serve students that even at that time were riskier students. And they were students that were disenfranchised because we closed 5 high schools without understanding where those students would go. So I want to thank you. For me, I am a product of a city school. I grew up in New York City to a single mom, 5 kids, and I was fortunate that I had a very strong mom, despite the fact that she used me as a translator when I got in trouble. She did the very best she can, and it's important for us to uplift the women in our community because they're the ones that stick around. They're raising. So part of my drive is to do what people didn't do for my mother, and making sure that when they look at little Armandito, that they believe that his circumstances didn't define. If you walk into my office, you will see my high school transcript. And I will gladly say I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed here, but I surround myself with a lot of intelligent people and not the toughest people. And so they could see, how does a student that was a C, a D average student make it and have 3 college degrees, even when your counselor didn't believe that that was the right path. So I was fortunate. So every day I try to uplift based on the things I didn't get and the things that I did see from good leaders and people in my life. And Ms. Hart can speak to the same thing. It doesn't matter what you look like, where you come from, what side of town you're from. If you come to All City, we expect you to be a part of a winning team. And if you want to come, you're welcome to come to All City. You see what you see, you'll get what you get, and then everybody has a story. You know, we're proud of every single graduate, whether they do it in 2.5 years or 7. That diploma looks the same for all our students, and the box that they check on an application for work or college or career is the same size, whether it's a GED, a task, or a high school diploma, or Regents or local. And so that's what we try to say. It's your first key in life for success.
Mr. Ramirez, I'd like to thank you so much for joining us this evening. This was an awesome presentation. I wanted to acknowledge that I have a strong understanding of All City and its inception. I sat under Freddie Thomas, sat under Sandy Jordan when she was over Freddie Thomas, and then I saw her work at All City in the vision and when it was the inception of All City. And then I had the opportunity with Commissioner LeBron, or Vice President LeBron's invitation to come and join All City. And that's one thing, we see a presentation, but it's another thing when you actually walk on the campus and see these things in motion. And I was afforded the opportunity to see you in motion, your staff in motion, the students in place, and to see the holistic environment that they have and the intentionality that is set around their learning. So I just wanted to thank you all and commend you for what you're doing for our students that are often overlooked. This is something that is well needed, and I well respect it. So I just wanted to thank you once again this evening.
Thank you. And I'd like to just give one more shout out. There have been many people that have had to supervise me, and that's not an easy task. But I want to thank my current chief of schools, because he is a person that comes to serve, and he listens, and then he makes things happen. And he doesn't do it just for me, but he does it because we're serving a population that needs advocates in our community. So I want to thank him and give him a personal, and he's observing me today too. So I want to make sure, you know, it makes a difference. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And once again, sometimes when you say your door is open, nobody comes, but you're always welcome to come into our house and check it out firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you, and Dr. Black, we appreciate your time. We're going to call you back up. So Deputy of Teaching and Learning, the presentation around, again, monthly academic updates on curriculum, instruction, assessment, and PD, also involving CURSA and ARP fund utilization. Thank you, Dr. Black.
Good evening, board. I come to you this evening with January academic updates recognizing that it's been about 3 weeks and a holiday since I've been before you. And so some of our updates may feel very similar and a couple may be new. Let's see. All right, so guiding principles, you'll see them every time you see me. You'll start to see them every time you see a member of the teaching and learning team. We are grounded in ensuring that every student has access to and deserves to engage with grade level content every day. We are grounded in the fact that every student needs to engage with high quality, culturally responsive experiences where they are affirmed, seen, and valued. You just heard evidence of that from our previous school presentation, so that is a very important principle that I'd like to pull the through line to hear that that is actually happening and was happening before we had the principles in play, but it's here. And then we have an obligation to provide an equitable experience to every student across the district that is not dependent on where they live or where they go to school. In our academic overview, again, we'll continue to base our information in the information you hear in the idea of curriculum, instruction, and assessment is the intersection of what we do from what we plan to do with students all the way through how we know if they've learned and are able to do what we expect of them. Curricular updates, and again, will be a little bit briefer today than normal, but I wanted to share 2 things that will involve you all walking through the offices to see and inviting some of our constituencies at some points to come and view some of the updates. So one thing we're very excited to share is that the Office of Early Childhood, under the direction of Dr. Robin Hooper and her team, has recently completed the procurement selection review of a wide collection of literature that is culturally responsive and representative for our students. If you walk around the 3rd floor here in the district as board members, outside of Dr. Hooper's office, there's a display of the books. And we'll be finding ways to display the books for review for our parents and our constituencies as time comes up and COVID permits us to be in person. We will be sharing a list of those titles, but we're very excited that we are putting literature inside of our classrooms for our littlest people that they can see themselves in, and that is huge. On the other end of the spectrum from an update, our social studies department has finally moved to the place where they are looking at updating the U.S. history materials for grade 11. You may remember way back when that we brought up the idea of using the text Black History 365. Our social studies director is now in the process of working to utilize that text to ground some of our lessons around some more contemporary and current, responsive, and relevant text that presents the African and African American diaspora in a more aligned light. So I'm excited to have that work happening in terms of curricular updates. Instructional highlights. So again, we've only been apart for about 3.5 weeks. One of those weeks was a holiday, but learning is still happening, both now synchronous and asynchronous as a result of our remote pivot briefly. But we are now providing lessons from the academic department to ensure that teachers who need additional resources has access to lessons that are aligned to what we want students to know and be able to do inside the classrooms. We also had an opportunity right before holiday, but after I saw you all last, to spend some time in buildings with schools and classrooms who are completing their end of unit assessments. A highlight that we'd love to share is at School 10. School 10 is an expeditionary learning school. Therefore, many of their students create problem-based and project-based assessments. Many of our staff members were able to attend their exhibitions to hear students present. Additionally, we had a soapbox challenge, and I mentioned that before, but we're now having time when we can be in person, and actually even in Zoom, where we're able to get in front of students and schools and see evidence, not just the teacher teaching, but see evidence of what students are able to learn and be able to do. That's not captured in something like an assessment, but what are students actually making meaning of, and how are they showing and demonstrating to us that they're able to learn? We're able to now start to pick that stuff up more, and that's a huge instructional highlight that our team has spent a lot of time sharing and learning around. Assessment. So last month, you saw me give you a little bit of completion data, and I said, okay, by the time I see you in January, we will have had I-ready completion, and that our bar was at 85%. Our bar for our completion rate for I-ready was at 88%. I am actually really celebrating that. We will have an I-ready update where I will explain the celebration further, but I'm calling it out that 88% is something to be celebrated.
Amen.
The completion data for iStation and LostLinks is coming. Navigating those systems, and you heard CFO Pierce say that some of our systems are people work and some systems work the people. Well, we are learning how to work this system as iStation and LostLinks is a little bit newer to us. And so the compilation data and what we're getting from that information is forthcoming. And as I always kind of make announcements here around assessment, we do have CFA window 2, which was supposed to open. We are shifting that date by a week. So CFA data window number 2 will open up January 25th and run essentially the month of February. And remember, CFAs and our assessments are a measure of what students have learned and are able to do in a determined amount of time. And so because we have had some shifts in our instructional model, we are still responding to the pandemic and all the things that happen around instruction. We are moving the window shortly or slightly to allow for more instruction to happen so that we can get an accurate gauge on what students are retaining and learning. Professional development. So from this month, what I'm announcing is that we are really starting to pour into foundational texts. Last month, I shared 2 texts, one by Dr. Ayanna Cooper and one by Dr. Jimmy Dugan that we were engaging in a book study with. We are pleased to share that Dr. Ayanna Cooper is returning to us to do a second book study on another content, which is on the intersection of our SPED and language learners. So just because you're special education or have a special education need does not mean you are a language learner and vice versa, but there is an intersection of a collection of students that have both an identified need and a language need that we need to attend to. And so our special education department, in concert with some of our language folks, are going to be engaging in a book study to deepen that knowledge. And then we are really diving into how we build a data-driven culture. And so the DataWise text has been around in the district for a really long time. We have some DataWise certified folks, and we are expanding the knowledge of DataWise district-wide by engaging in the learning coming out of Harvard and by using the DataWise text. So we're really pouring into our foundational text for professional learning, in addition to a lot of the sessions that we know are ongoing, but we're learning and growing, and I'm excited about that work. So next steps, again, I said I would be brief, but we're continuing to get into classrooms. Even in our current conditions, observations are happening. So we are in Zoom rooms. Teachers and principals are collaborating on what's happening inside of classrooms. We are still providing feedback in terms of what we see, because even wherever instruction happens, we have to make sure that where it can be high quality, it is high quality, and I am not negating the current conditions, but when we're having instruction happen, it should be good, and if we want to make it better, we have to provide feedback. And then we're continuing to review our feedback to make instructional updates into our both instructional plans and our assessment plans. So that is the abbreviated version for your January meeting. Given the information, are there any questions?
You're going to start it with me? Okay. Thank you. Dr. Black, you and I had conversations about professional development and long-range planning, and that was something that I lifted up to the whole board as a sort of an FYI about what we wanted to talk about next in policy is long-term planning in the context of professional development. Can you just sort of give us a thumbnail, like for instance with your slide on DataWise and on the Dr. Cooper work? How far out did you plan that, and how and would that be a typical timeline? And is this a district-wide PD? You know, how far out do you plot district-wide PD?
And please forgive me taking my mask down, but I'm trying to catch my breath and realize how fast I'm speaking. So let me take a moment to slow down. And so so in terms of our professional development plan, we are in the process with OPL right now in finalizing what is our 3-year plan for professional learning. And so each content area director and development has worked both independently and in collaboration with the rest of the team to articulate what will be true about our teacher core and our staff core at the end of 3 years as a result of all the professional learning, whether it be book study, in-person, in-kind, webinar, and all the things. So we are currently finalizing that, and as a matter of fact, we actually shared that with the cabinet this morning to then roll out the next iteration, which is we have a responsibility to ensure that every member of the staff across the district, not just teachers, are developed over time, both in understanding the kind of environment we want to create and how equity is at the center, and about the kind of academic deposits that need to be made in whatever role that you're in, your contribution to ensuring that the academic pieces are in place. And so we are actually, again, going to be able to roll out and share soon the 3-year plan for PD over time that includes every member of the organization, from central office here to all of our other workers, so not here to here, but from here to here, because we all collectively contribute to, and we have an obligation to develop. That is also called out in some of our stimulus planning in terms of PD, some of the initiatives in human capital. So we're collaborating to make sure that at the end of 3 years, what we say will be true about our collective staff is actually true.
So just as a follow-up, it's something like, let me just pick out an example, the Dr. Cooper work, is that something where her thesis is going to be discussed over the entire 3 years, or is it something where every person in the organization receives it in a particular year?
So I would say to be determined. In full transparency, the work with Dr. Cooper came as a result of our partnership with Auburn and some of the information that came out of our corrective action plan regarding our bilingual students, and some recommendations. And so where we started initially was, how do we put this information in front of our executive leadership team? And then it became, okay, they have seen it, who else? Now it's principals, now it's all kinds of folks. And so sometimes the experiences evolve because we see a greater need, and the experiences are planned out. And so I think over time, you'll see a collection of ebb and flow around what we know is immediate and then what we know is long-term and how they come together.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Black, for this presentation. I have just a couple of questions. In reference to the slide that is entitled Curricular Updates, in terms of the 11th grade U.S. history, I was just sharing with the superintendent that I've started to read Project 1619. And one of the things that it says in there is that 1619 is just as important as 1776 for this nation. And so, you know, whatever that we have in terms of this curricula for U.S. history, we've got to, I mean, slavery was huge in the foundation of this nation, and we just have to make sure that we're putting that out there, that is not ignored. And so I don't know if the material that you have includes that, those concepts, but we certainly have to, and we have to put the truth out there. And the truth out there is that if it was not for slavery, you know, this country would not be as economically viable as it is today. And then I just want you to go back. There was some abbreviations or, yeah, like, tell, just for our public, what is iReady and why is that 88% completion rate so important?
So, iReady is our adopted diagnostic and intervention system that we brought online this year that does grades K through 8 in ELA and math. So iReady is just the name of the company. The I doesn't mean anything. It's literally called I-Ready. So again, K-8. So when people hear iReady, think K-8 or grades kindergarten through 8th grade. And we get information 3 times a year in reading and math. And when in between that information, students have the ability to log on for 45 minutes per week per subject to then receive supports and intervention in terms of growing.
For ELA and math?
for both ELA and math.
Okay, all right. And then,
Could I just add one thing?
Absolutely.
It's so important too, because it does help to give us really targeted and pinpointed information as it relates to how students will perform on 3 through 8 ELA and math assessments for New York State. And that's critical as we move forward, because we know that when we received when we had our review with Chancellor and Commissioner from the New York State Department of Education, math in particular, we were really struggling in that area across all of those grades. And so this really helps us to target the specific type of work that needs to happen in classrooms.
okay. And so you're saying 88% of the students have completed this application or this, okay.
Yes, and so we're making because we have a second piece where I am going to do a little bit of iReady data. If you will, I can do it now or come back up, if so, at the will of the group.
Yeah, but let me just ask these questions. I think that if the chairperson agrees to that. But I have a question. What is iStation and Last Links?
So iStation is another application, as well as Last Links is another application that are for subgroups of students. So when we think about that assessment plan, Last Links and iStation are assessments and platforms that are for our bilingual and multilingual users to determine what they know and are able to do, and to also provide a level of intervention in target language that we can't necessarily do with iReady.
Okay. And then just the last one is, just remind us of what CFA stands for?
Common Formative Assessment.
Oh, okay.
So our
All right.
Common Formative Assessment is given up to about 4 times a year, and that's the measure of when a teacher taught a unit that they were supposed to teach, did the students learn it in that moment, whereas iReady is over time.
Okay. All right. I may be asking you that until I really get it, and for our public to get it. And thank you.
Thank you, President. Vice President LeBron?
Thank you. So just a couple of things. One, I understand the need for the assessments. I get it. But I do want to advocate that I'm not supporting that my daughter is like assessed to death, because I also want her to come into class and enjoy learning. And so I do want to uplift that, I've seen several presentations at this point. I have not seen how we are embedding play in education and engaging students on that level. And as you know, what I do during the day, I am a huge advocate for play and education. So I definitely have to bring that up, because I know, again, even for my own child, and I have heard parents advocating for, assessing a child every week. I don't want my daughter to have that experience for education. And especially when she has cousins and family members and peers who go to other schools, and that's not their experience. They're not being assessed to death every single week. So I just want to uplift that first and foremost. I want to understand on the professional development piece for the special education department, beginning a new book study, what that actually means, and what that, especially as it intersects language learners and students with disabilities. That is actually the area I worked in when I worked in the district, which was ELL, that intersect with students with disabilities. And then also, I just want to put it out there, I actually would be interested in attending one of the PDs that is available to teachers, and all staff, whatever's available around this model in particular, what you're doing here. And actually, I do think everybody in the board should attend at least one session, so we know what our staff is also being trained and asked to do, so that we have more familiarity, if you will, with what staff is learning, so that when you're talking about this, we also know what the PD experience was like. But if you can talk to me a little bit about the special education book study and what that actually entails beyond, unless y'all just coming together as a group to do a book, like read a book together.
With the author. And so how it
Okay.
has played out with the author is that the author gives a little bit of background about how a chapter or portion of the book has come to play with an application. They read, they discuss, and come back and say what's next. And so with the group that we're launching with now, with some of our SPED and our ELL together, it's going to be that same cadence where the author comes and says, here's how this came to be. Here was the set of events that set up this chapter. Let's talk about it. What does that mean for your context? What does that mean for your next step? In her typical cadence, she has both pre-work and post-work. And so there's something that people attend to at the beginning of the chapter, and at the end of the chapter, there's a wrap-up. And then if it follows the cadence of our previous book studies, then we come back and say, okay, what does all this learning mean for the next iteration? So for this particular run, we have a collection of students who have a number of things that tie them together. In this instance, we have kids who qualify for specialized support and have a language need. Are we serving them well? If not, what do we need to do? And so that beginning book study is a foundational knowledge to, in lots of respects, jumpstart conversations that we should have had, but jumpstart them in a way that we're all grounded in the same type of information, same language.
Okay, and then, so how many people, I guess, from the actual schools versus central office or administration staff, how many people collectively are part of that, and what is the percentage of central office versus staff that are direct service providers in schools?
So this is our first round with this book, so I would imagine if you follow our typical cadence that the first round is going to be central office people. So your first 15 to 20 in that group. If it follows what we did with the first book, Justice for Els, then we kind of filtered out to principals and teams and that such. And so as we're building the plans, I think that grows, quite honestly. That first iteration, though, because we drive a lot of the conversations and we drive a lot of the materials we use, starts with the central office folks who are holding on to that work right now. But if it follows typical cadence, which I could imagine that it would, then we get to schools, we get to teachers, we get to classrooms. The other question you asked around kind of just PD overall, right? PD overall follows a new cadence, and I'm saying cadence in terms of we are really thinking about the order by which we present information and ask people to use it. And so you'll hear the words engagement, like how do we wet your whistle? Application, how do we help you to then do something with the information? In that final part, assessment, in terms of the professional learning. We gave you this information, we asked you to apply it. How do we know that's working for you as a practitioner? And how do we know that's working for kids in terms of student achievement? And so again, as the 3-year PD plan kind of evolves, and as we continue to come in front of the board and share with our colleagues around professional learning, that is the cycle you'll hear in terms of engagement, application, assessment, and then that through line of where it starts and how it gets to students. Those are questions we're continuously asking as we cultivate experiences for every member of the organization.
Can I just make a plea, and this is, so let me just say this, because what I heard is we're going to start this special education new book study with central office staff, and in my experience, when we do that, and we exclude principals and teachers, and I say teachers, and I want to say paras and TAs too, because these are the direct frontline folks. Then we are going into their schools to give them, you know, assess them and view the work that they're doing without the skills, because they didn't participate in this. So my request, and this was completely up to you all as administration, but I want it to fall and be in your head, but also in your hearts to understand why this is so critical. It does no good for our students if the training is primarily started at the top with central office. By the time it trickles down, the administration may have turned over, it may have changed, and that opportunity, which sounds like an amazing opportunity, honestly, to have the author of the book there and have this pre-post work and really engaging, thoughtful, you know, training. By the time we get down to when principals and teachers and even paras and TAs will have the opportunity, you all may be gone. And that's just me being real. I've been I've been a parent in this district for a long time. I've gone through many superintendents, many administrators. Why would we start it this way? And it feels like we're doing the same thing over and over and just relabeling it with new titles versus mixing that group to say some people from central office, some schools that we've identified that have high populations of special ed and ELL students, and a mixture of principals, staff, you know, that includes teachers, paras, and TAs. I also want paras and TAs to have these opportunities too, so let me just put that out there. And why not start the cohort in that mix and identify some of the highest needs?
Duly noted and received, and in other instances, that is the flow by which we go. So this is just one highlight, but when we come back and talk about the entire professional development aim, in how we're attending to every member. You will see and hear no nuances around how we are mixing cohorts, diversifying roles and learning experience pretty deliberately. But that is a new-ish shift that we're taking, and I can commit based on what we've done so far. It doesn't take a turnover of a year. We've been, I think Dr. Cooper is in her 4th iteration, maybe 5th, of Injustice for L's with us, and we're adding this new text, and it's across the board. So duly noted and received, and confidently can share that we are being mindful of the range of our constituents and how we develop them.
Thank you. I do have a question from Commissioner Malloy. Am I gone? There we go. Commissioner Malloy does have a question. Before I do that, I wanted to just check in with Madam Clerk. Are there any hands on the Zoom at all? Okay, Commissioner Malloy, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I just want to uplift everything that Vice President LeBron just shared. You've got to make teachers part of this process. In a top-down approach, you rarely will get the buy-in from the people actually doing the work. Even if it's a great idea, you won't have that buy-in if the teachers aren't involved in the creation or curriculum development. So I just encourage you to involve them throughout the process so that it's not so top-down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I see Commissioner Powell with another.
Thank you. Hovering still on the professional development, and perhaps it's a question that you can bring to us later at another time, but in the past several years, we've made a big push from the board perspective on restorative practices, and the approach had been a school-by-school approach in the past. If you could give us an update at some point on where we're at. Are we adding schools to new schools to the restorative practice professional development agenda? Are we expanding the number of schools that would qualify as restorative schools? And at what point do we see like a complete rollout of training so that we can, just do, kind of, what do you call it, when you bring up the newcomers to a school?
Onboard.
What's that?
Onboard.
Yeah, when you're onboarding new staff to a school that didn't previously have restorative practices. So can you talk to us a little bit about what that cycle might look like?
So in true transparency, I think that's a longer conversation that we need to have in terms of how we are streamlining all of our efforts across buildings.
Right.
So every building has to kind of lift up certain practices, which may or may not have been lifted up as much. So I would respectfully decline to go further in that and say, let's wait until we can have a more comprehensive answer, which would be soon.
I would like that very much. Thank you.
As I confer with members of the team that handle some of that work.
Wonderful. And I do see President Elliott.
I just wanted to respond to what Commissioner Malloy said about buy-in. Yeah, we want to get the buy-in, but they've got to teach our children. And so whether or not there's buy-in, they are still hired to teach our children. And so as much as we can get buy-in, and I know the value of teacher buy-in, but at the same time, let's not focus in on, well, if I don't get buy-in, I'm not going to teach our children. So we got to make sure that we are in those classrooms and we're teaching our children whether or not there's buy-in or not. I'm not saying it's not, but let's just move away from that narrative that if I don't, if I'm not involved in the process, in the decision-making, I'm not going to teach our children. And I'm not going to teach our children at the highest level. So I want to put that out there that let's not get caught, let's stop that, because that's what has been happening over the years in this district, because, I wasn't involved in that, then I'm not going to do the work. No, we can't do that. We got to educate these children. Thank you.
May I respond?
Okay, awesome. And Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, just to respond, I wasn't advocating for that on any level.
I understand, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, so I understand that that's your perspective. When I talk about buy-in, I talk more about having teachers taking ownership in the process, right? We feel more committed when we're part of that process. So I don't think you could look at really any of our teachers in this district and not say that they aren't invested in our children. And they are teaching, and I'm in schools, and I see it. So I think we want to make sure we're uplifting our teaching staff, because they are putting in the work.
I just want to make sure, and I receive that, but I also want to make sure that they're getting to my vision is that every student in our district are career and college ready. That has to be a part of their thinking as well, all of our thinking around here, so, thank you.
Team, big team.
Respectfully, I just wanted to make one comment as far as, when we're talking about, thank you. Respectfully, I just wanted to talk about the conversation around buy-in as much as it, more so pushing that towards process. And so when we're having a conversation with the individuals that it impacts, they often can help us also identify our blind spots. So we may have an idea on how we want to see things go from one level, but when you're talking to the folks that impact and have to really execute the task, you'll get a lot of information on that, how it's implemented. Were there any other questions here from the dais or online? Okay.
I just wanted to respond also, President Elliott, because again, just working in the schools and then having central office and leadership change and the direction change, it's really difficult to manage that. It's like we're constantly, I'm speaking for myself when I worked in this district, we were constantly, told we're heading this direction every single semester. There was a change in the direction. And all I was uplifting was the fact that they're doing a training in central office. They have no one from actual schools who are actually going to be either supervising the teaching or actually teaching or supporting the student in the lessons and teaching. But then they're going to come into these classrooms and do assessments on our staff based on this training that they all went through collectively at the top level, but I'm not even aware of what I'm going to be assessed on. So I just want to uplift that, because that is the frustration that this district, it may appear that we're not teaching, but on the flip side of that, we've changed direction so much and so many times, and sometimes 2 or 3 times in the middle of the year. I would argue that it's difficult on that side as well to know which way you're going to be assessed or judged and whether you're doing what you're supposed to do because of the leadership change so much. So I just hope that in 2022, as we're having these conversations, we're holding everybody accountable. I hear you, staff at the school level, but then as the board, we also have to hold the administration and the superintendent accountable to how, as Commissioner Simmons just mentioned, the procedural piece of this. How are we communicating this? Does everybody know what we're supposed to be doing? Are we all heading in the right direction and in the same direction? And it's all been communicated from the top down, which is us. So I just want to uplift that, because I just know the frustration of working in school and then being told, like coming in like, hey, the superintendent and the administration, they want us to do it this way now. And it's like, we're not even at the year who works like this. We've worked like this. RCSD has worked like this. So I hope that we get it right this year.
So just to, and I'll just end this because I want to make it clear that, I do realize that, our staff are working in both points from Commissioner Malloy and from Vice President LeBron, but at the same time, there has been that people have resisted when there have been, leadership. And you're right, there's been so many leadership changes.
Thank you for that. Now, I know you had information around the iReady. How are you feeling? Do you need some water? Do you need to breathe?
I'm gonna grab my laptop and I can go forward.
Are you sure? Okay, so we can move on. I think it makes sense to just finish off with the iReady piece, and then from there, we'll move into the next agenda item once we complete that. So thank you for, this will be the review of diagnostic data on iReady, and this is the second part. So there was a first part. This is part 2. Thank you.
Give me one moment, but thank you for the consideration. Marisol?
I'll get it back.
Yeah. So similar to last month, I need to put my eyes on, and if I look down and not look directly, it's because I'm in my screen, making sure that I have the right information, if my eyes decide to work on today. So, You should, so let me give some framing. So this is part 2, again, abbreviated of the iReady information. When I came to you last month, what we spent some time on was the completion data and a good amount of time on the high school data. As President Elliott asked me to define, I want to remember and just couch that iReady is our K-8 diagnostic tool. Diagnostic meaning it tells us what kids know at 3 points in the year, beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. And in between that time, then we spend time helping students utilize the system to bone up on skills. You also, as board members, should have received 2 PDF handouts that were the snapshot for the ELA data high level and the snapshot for the math data high level. And so what you have is the overall information. And I put that in front of you so that as I do the click paths to demonstrate to you what teachers have access to, you know the starting point. We will spend a lot of time with the iReady information because it's the one data source that we know at this point has a collective amount of many of our students' information, and we know that we're going to be using it significantly to drive instructional decisions or the things that happen inside of classrooms. And they are pulling up the presentation. I think the other thing to couch for iReady is that it's new. This is the first time for our school system that we've used iReady in this way. It is the bar that we are setting for our teachers in grades K through 8 to then talk about and have an understanding of what students know and are able to do. And so that's a really important caveat that for lots of folks who are transitioning to a new system, there might be a little bit more reflection on behalf of people around how that is happening. And so I'll pause. If I can share from the Zoom, I can share too. That's the other one. There should be a second one. So we may have to pause as we find that one. We need to pause. I can send it right now. Hold on. No. It's on Board Docs. DE. Oh, it's on Board Docs. Hold on. We're pausing. We got it. All right. It's fine.
Okay, so we're just going to take a moment to pull up the information.
There should be 2. There's 3. It's okay. We can do it. That's a lot of flowers.
And Dr. Black, to be clear, that they are the 2 that we have. One will be the diagnostic for reading, and the other is the diagnostic for math, correct?
And so no. For me? Okay, I can share from here. In the Zoom? In the Zoom. If I log in the Zoom? No.
We want to thank our viewing audience for a brief break. We have pulled up the information at this time.
All right, so remember, this is our iReady data part 2. Where we left off was we were in completion data mode, and we wanted to get to a place where what did that information tell us about our complete cohort of students. As I alluded, come on. And so I just want to give you an overview of why the information, why the data, why the assessment. This also will be something you see pretty consistently as we come together. So why we have assessment, we want to provide timely instructional shifts based on the information and student needs. We want to be confident in our ability to articulate what we know about our students grounded in evidence. We want to appropriately use this information for the MTSS process, multi-tiered student support, and RTI process, response to intervention, so that we can provide opportunities to know what our students know, provide opportunities for intervention, acceleration, and enrichment, and then again, make informed curricular and instructional resource decisions based on what we know and the fidelity of implementation. So why our assessment plan? Why iReady? This is why. All right, so iReady completion data. So I said I'd explain why to celebrate the 88%. So the 88% surpasses the goal of the 85 that I shared with you before. In that iReady is a new system. It downloaded 100% of our students in the district, even those who may or may not be appropriate for the iReady platform. And so some of our nicest students and our students with specialized needs weren't eligible students to take the test, but they are still counted in this number. And so we are currently scrubbing our information, and we know that. I have several schools that I was able to literally call the principal and say, hey, you have a classroom that is at 0% for iReady, what's going on? And said principal said, hey, that's a nicer classroom, they're coming out of the data. So that 88% is actually 88% of the total number of students, but that total number is going to be reduced because there are some kids in that population that don't have to take iReady. And so when we come back for MOI, I anticipate that number being, the completion number being higher, and our numbers being cleaner about who's in that total population. So I'm excited about the 88 because I know it's higher. Because I know that in at least one school that I called the principal, the kids who weren't completed were kids who were not supposed to be completed. And so her data was 100% as opposed to the not 100% reflected because she had students on the roster who didn't have to take the test. So that's why I'm celebrating 88%. I had 27 schools who were over 90% assessed. I had 3 schools who are at a straight 100. And so I am excited about the potential that we have to think about what our kids know and able to do and able to talk about it comprehensively. So this is a snapshot. So I want to preface the next couple of slides that you're going to receive in that you have a snapshot which is indicative of the handout that the board received, but a snapshot of the screens that schools and leaders and potentially parents will see. Again, the data says that we have a lot of potential to grow, but it's our data nonetheless. Our overall district information says that we have about 10% of students, again, K-8, who are on grade level or close to being on grade level in ELA. We have another percentage of students who are about 1 grade level behind, and we have more than half of our students who are 3 or more grade levels behind. That is our reality. We can't shuck it, we can't jive it. It is where we are starting to ensure that we give students adequate and accurate information based on the data that we have in front of them. What is important to notice in how we're going to be articulating our data and talking about instruction is a second set of 6 bars under your big bar. So if you attune yourself to the components or the domains of ELA, you're able to see, and or a teacher is able to see in the domain, so in the bucket of ELA, in the bucket of reading instruction, what are we doing in that content? And so I want you to just attune your eyes and attune the watcher's eyes to the 6 domains that we're assessing when students sit down to take the assessment. Phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary, comprehension for literature, and comprehension for informational text. Next one. The wonderful thing about iReady is that you're able to click down. So So if you think about the highest level as a district and you continue to click in, we can get to everything about an individual student. So I'm going to take you through a couple of the cuts and then ask you to do a little bit of looking at the information you have. So in the second snapshot, it's a school level. And so your first snapshot, the thing you had in hard copy, was district. This is one school. The school is not identified, but every school across the district has the ability to click path through and see what their particular school's students' information is. You'll see in this particular school that about 11% of their students in grades K through 6 are on grade level for ELA. You have your population in yellow, which is about a grade level behind. And then you have, again, similar to the district data, about half of the students who are 3 levels below or more. And I'll pause there to have you just check it out. Please make a note to pay special attention to the phonemic awareness bar and what that information tells you about that particular domain for students across the board. So that phonemic awareness bar says that for that particular foundational skill, many students are on grade level, right? Well, what does that mean? That might be something to celebrate. However, phonemic awareness is a foundational skill. It's a skill that is mastered in pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade. And so it would hope that if you have kids in grades K through 6, that that bar would be high because the bulk of your students should have mastered that skill.
And I might have missed that, but could you define that again for me for phonological awareness?
Phonological awareness, so
Right.
that is your ability to recognize words, your ability to understand rhyme. There's 5 or 6 other characteristics, and we can jump into those. But that's, again, think about your students who are just learning to engage. That is their foundational skill. So if you go to the next one, so click down. So now you have your domain of phonological awareness. And look at what you notice in that one. So this is a cut or a deeper dive of that first green bar. And now you see it by the same school, and you see it by grade level. Now remember what I said about the amount of phonological awareness that happens in your early grades and the amount of kids that show up green. And then pay attention to grades 3, 4, and 5 and the amount of kids in that foundational skill that are green. And notice that in grades 3, 4, and 5, phonological awareness is at 100%, right? Which is good. But now I'll take you to, so I'll pause here. Questions about what you see?
Yeah, I can predict that 100% at a foundational level is great and it's exciting, but we know that reading and comprehension is not just that phonological piece. So I'm assuming as it becomes more complex and you start to consider the other components of literacy, that's where students start to differentiate, and that's where we're seeing the low literacy rates.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question from Vice President LeBron real quick.
Yeah, just looking at, you said grade 4, for example, that they're at 100%, but then you only tested 31 out of 34 students. So what happens to the grades for the other 3 students that took the?
So those 3 students could be students who weren't eligible, who were absent, or have something like iStation, Last Links, Nice to Tell, or another assessment to capture that information.
Okay, but then how would that be 100%?
100% of the students who were tested were green.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
All right,
Thank you.
next one. So let's dig down to Commissioner Simmons's noticing. Now look at comprehension and literature. So you know that phonological awareness is a foundational skill. So your older students would have mastered it, gotten it, but now we're talking about comprehension and literature and the ability for students to read and understand text at grade level and then look at our information. Now, the reason for showing you this is for you to understand 2 things. The first thing is the amount of data that we are able to get and what our data kind of looks like. And so a school leader, as a network, a district, we're able to click all the way down. And if we were live, I can click on this school's grade level K and then see every student in grade K and where they fall across the spectrum. So that is the power of having a robust data set and what we're able to do in terms of instruction.
I see Commissioner Powell and I see President Elliott.
So if you could describe to us what grade 5 is telling us, it looks like a bimodal graph. How would you interpret the results for that grade 5?
So grade 5 would tell you that, hold on.
So you've got a total of 17% that are either at grade level or early on.
Yep.
And then you've got everybody else,
Yep.
2 or 3 grades below, and 0 that are sitting at 1 grade below. I mean, it's like,
That is exactly what it's telling you. So it's demonstrating the potential that we have to help move our students. It's telling you that we have a lot of work to do. In this particular building, it's telling you that our students in grade 5 are largely performing on a second grade level.
but it's almost like there's another story to be told, like a particular grade level experienced something in common almost.
So you figure, so that's a great point to look up. You figure the impact of our differentiating delivery models from remote to hybrid to engaged to unengaged. When we start to dig into the data, there are lots of narratives that we can come up with and track for cohorts of students about how they might be performing. Again, what's important about being able to click on that grade 5 is now I can click on grade 5, I can see all of the students, I can see what they know and are able to do as a result of this assessment, and then I can plan my instruction to tailor. So you may have a bucket of students inside that are all performing low on a similar scale or standard. It might be that that wasn't taught well. It may be that it wasn't taught at all, to give credit. It may be that it was the thing that wasn't the most important at that time, right? And so what we're giving grace to, and you all lifted it up earlier, is the importance of teacher buy-in, teacher capacity, to be able to pour into this data set and say, what do we need to know and understand about our kids? And for this particular grade level and this particular school, our 5th grade students, for instance, just have a lot of potential to grow. And we have to do our due diligence to ensure that we give them grade level content every day and that we believe in their ability to attend to with high expectations, and then we see that number move.
Thank you, President Elliott.
So I didn't have Commissioner Powell's question really answer my question, but I'll say this. This is that whole thing, the whole notion around remediation versus acceleration, that they were probably trying to remediate more than they were accelerating. Thank you.
And so the power, I think, of lifting up the language of remediation versus acceleration or intervention, right, versus modification or accommodations. There's a lot of language that we'll come back and share about how we speak about the potential of this 5th grade class to make dramatic gains if you have a teacher in front of them that believes in their ability to do the work and offers them grade level instruction with the appropriate scaffold.
I want to pause there because, again, as you said, 5th graders on a 2nd grade level. 5th graders on a 2nd grade level, and that's a predictor right there. And I know that COVID has exacerbated a lot of the learning losses we say, or there's another term that we're using. We're not saying learning loss. Unfinished learning, right? We know COVID has played a role in that, but we know that the children here in the Rochester City School District were not reading at grade level prior to COVID. So just I can't state that enough. The 5th graders reading at a 2nd grade level screams early intervention, early intervention, early intervention, and how are our students getting to the 9th grade level? Because if this trend were to continue, you know, it's showing how they're not graduating successfully as they should. So I'm looking at the data and I'm recognizing that it is giving us a lot of information and also giving schools and teachers a targeted approach. I'm sure we're probably looking at, hey, how can we get the yellow into the green, that type of thing. Have some of those interventions, or am I jumping okay, I'm gonna wait for you to get there, and thank you. And I'm gonna digress to Vice President LeBron, and then I'll stop there.
I just have a question because something our Commissioner Simmons just mentioned about reading at grade level even prior to COVID. I was reading Dr. Alice Young's autobiography, and kids weren't reading at grade level when she was in the district, and that was a really long time ago. And I just have to ask if, a legitimate question, if anybody knows at what point in this district have kids actually been reading on grade level and also math? Because that was like 60, 70. So I just need to understand, like, if there's actual data when kids in this district at any point in our CSD's history were reading on track or doing math on track.
I do not currently have that information, but I think we can do a bit of a deep dive and come back to you with that.
Yes, could we? I would love to know, like, at what year that was. Yeah.
That's a history lesson. That's some structural and institutional pieces that we
I mean,
need
it's
to be
in her book.
considering.
She like created some programs because students were not reading at grade level and doing mathematics at grade level.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Black, for allowing us to go off a little bit. We want to go ahead and continue with the,
We got 3 more, so
Okay.
we're good. All right, so let's move to mathematics. And again, this is both to highlight where we are in terms of performance and to give you all a sense of the kind of data and the amount of data that schools will have to then be able to utilize to improve instructional decisions. So this is math. Same format, right? So you still have your same bar. Green being the on grade level or close to, yellow being the about 1 grade level, red being 3 grade levels or more. Same flow. This actually shows that our math is a little bit more dire than our ELA. Same flow on the bottom, different domains. And so in the math domain, these are 4 different domains. So instead of 6, you have 4. And I'll set a North Star here. In thinking about where we want our kids to be at the transition from 8th grade, we want kids to be ready to approach Algebra 1. And so if you think about the readiness to be on grade level for Algebra 1 at the end of 8th grade, again, this math data demonstrates that we have a lot of potential to move our students in a much different direction than they currently are. So this is, again, that high level. And if we go to the next slide. The next cut is math by grade. And so you see this is a different cut of a data report that's available. And this one puts the bars in color and you're able to manipulate by grade. Now this is a different school to then highlight the idea that we get it K through 8. Bars mean the same, colors mean the same, the potential for us to grow means the same, and I'm gonna then point your eyes to grade 8. Grade 8 being the last grade in our elementary or middle school notion. Grade 8 being the gateway to Algebra 1, which is the gateway to advanced math, which is the gateway to being college and career ready, and make meaning about the potential and the amount of work that we need to do for our students.
That it needs to start in 1st and 2nd grade.
So we do have the idea that you have to have some focus, which means by grade level, you focus on a small amount of discrete skills. Some coherence in 1, I should build on it in grade 2. And then how you do it well is your application and your rigor. So that is true. But we have this data right now, so we know what we know about our 8th grade students right now across the district and in this particular building. A school can now click on those bars, click on grade 8 and say, oh my goodness, Commissioner LeBrun is in my classroom. This is where she needs to grow. Here's how I can accelerate her at grade level. Here's where I can give her some foundational skills to make sure that she has a little bit more access to information. And I'm going to keep kind of reiterating that grade 8 is your gateway to Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is your gateway to college and career. And so we have, again, a lot of potential to grow. Schools have a lot of information in front of them. We should expect and be asking questions about how do we support instruction and how does this data look different at the end of this year or at the end of next year, because we know baseline where we are K-8 across the district. And so the last piece, and then I'll pause, is next steps. And so the next steps. So we have this information. I caveated that it was new. Right now, our content directors are pouring through this information to say, here's what we know about the district. What does that mean? We know about our common formative assessments. What does that mean that we know about how to shift our unit plans? What does that mean that we know about to say to the district, hey, here's the thing across the district that we're not doing well in holistically. Here's the resource or change that we're offering for us as a district. In addition to that, each school is now getting ready to go through unpacking their I-Ready data, and we're rolling out a new district-wide data analysis protocol. So principals will actually get that on Friday as part of their day-long instructional leadership development time. And then I-Ready, who is our supportive and curriculum associates, also comes to support. And then principals in schools will take the information back in, pour and plug in. Now, I will say that we're not the beginning of that, and that I know that schools, for a fact, are already in their I-Ready data, are already making groups, are already asking questions. The amount of emails that we're getting to our content directors demonstrates that. But as we're collectively lifting the district and having aligned language about what we know our kids are know and able to do, we'll be able to come back with a district-wide data analysis protocol and go, here's what we know. Here's what we know. Here are the instructional pivots that are happening in classrooms. And here's what you can expect to see in terms of the goals that schools set from their data. So there's a tiny piece in there that if I'm a school leader, and I know there are school leaders that are doing this, here's my information. If I have 5 more months with our students in whatever way we arrive to them, be it remote or in person, what will be true about their learning experience, and then what will be true about how we capture their data. And so with that, that's where we are. That is I-Ready number 2. You'll see it a lot, but I wanted to make sure that you all saw the click path that people can go to and the kinds of information that as you all are determining what data you want to see from us, at least you know what you have available from the machine to be able to give it to you and talk to you about it pretty immediately in terms of I-Ready. So you know that we can cut it at district, at network, at school, at classroom, at subgroups once we get it cleaned up, at standard, at grade level. And so with that, that's I-Ready part 2, and I'll take any additional questions.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to start from that end of the dais, and I see Commissioner Patterson.
Yep, thank you. I think what we want to see is the action plan, what is actually going to occur to raise these percentages. So, upset.
I concur with that 100%. Really quick, though, what is your definition of the network? Is that all of the schools that fall under a particular chief, or?
In this respect, it is, we do call networks all the schools that fall under a particular chief.
Thank you.
And so because it's K-8, all of our chiefs currently have at least one school in the mix here.
Yeah, just, I'm glad that we're getting this information on a monthly basis because it helps us to go back out into the community and to be able to articulate what is going on. So I'm very excited about this. And, I'm interested, but to Commissioner Patterson's point, an action plan, but we're able to go out into the community and to articulate what is happening in the district. And in oftentimes in the past, we were not able to give this kind of a detailed information. So to the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, thank you so very much for this information.
Any other statements?
Yes. Yeah, you going down the line. Yeah, so I don't necessarily know if I need to see an action plan. I just need to understand, I'm going back to, okay, we're assessing kids, we have this data, but then the people who are expected to get them to the next level are not the deputies, the chiefs, the principals, it's the teachers, and the staff that are supporting the teachers. So just curious to what process they are then informed on this so that they understand this data for their students. So I guess I want to make that statement, but then I also want to ask, if I'm a teacher in the district, do I have access to this level of information for my student? And then how do I take this level of, data, and what supports do I have from my administration, from my principal to my chief to my deputy, which would fall, I think, under you, right? Because you're teaching and learning still? Okay. I know you got it. So how would this work? Like, walk me through that. I'm an educator. I have this student. I pulled it up. I see my student is 2 grades behind in mathematics. What are my next steps?
So, take a So as a teacher, you have access to your teacher level data and your kid level data. In buildings that have multiple strands, a collection of second grade teachers can say, let's all pull our second grade data together and we can sit. A principal would have access to their entire campus. So that's the access points. If I'm a teacher and I go in, so when our teachers did go in and look at their data, they're gonna click into their classroom and click onto kids. In iReady and Curriculum Associates, there are a number of resources that say, if this was the data that I got from somewhere, click here, this is what it would tell you to do. So there's some instructional resources already built into the tool that say if you need some support to figure out what this means, it's already in the system. So they say, okay, so I've looked at the system, I don't like that, I want something else. Then I need to think about the groups of students and what skills are collectively the same and what are different and what is foundational. So what is the skill that I have to know and access in order to get to all the other stuff? As a teacher, I'm gonna adjust my lesson plans, my small groups to do that. Let me say, it is extremely hard work. And we are in the beginning of building the capacity for folks to be comfortable with doing that. We're at the beginning. And so right now, teachers are clicking through and seeing what's going on and figuring out if what they know about kids from other assessments is what they're seeing here, and like, what do I do with that? But we're early in the game. Sorry, we're early in the process to do this, but there are resources, and I, as a teacher right now, at this moment, can log in, click into my classroom, click all the way down, and know what Kathy knows and does not know, as indicated by this point in time, to then say what should happen for Kathy in the classroom.
Kathy in the classroom, then,
Yes, ma'am.
as a follow-up, if I may. So has Kathy in the classroom received training from chief and staff, administration, so that they understand how to access and view and navigate this data? And has that training occurred?
In pockets. So I think because we were deliberate about the rollout, we front-loaded before we rolled out. We gave it to principals with tools to share with their teachers. We gave it to our leads, and so you've heard me mention that we have math leads and ELA leads in buildings. And so right now, it's a progress. It would be, we would be unfair to say, jump in and go for everyone if we haven't trained them all. But there are some people who are not waiting for us to roll down, and there are others who need the support. And so it's a range, which is why I've been highlighting we are early adopters. It's a new assessment system. There is some grace. The completion is really important because if I can't get everybody in to have the data, then teaching them how to use it becomes a lot more difficult.
And then just my last follow-up on this point then is, because, President Elliott and I are committed to go visit all schools and programs this year. We can ask about this, but do you have a list to present to this board, more detail on which schools have received the training, which schools still, which schools have received it, which ones are next, and what that plan actually looks like?
So potentially I could pull that because teachers also have the ability to sign up for sessions independently.
Right.
So I can come back with.
That's what I want to ask you, Dr. Black, is, so I like the idea that it's a standardized approach to data collection and assessment. I agree with with teachers being trained, obviously that needs to happen. So I guess what I wanted to know is, what can we do about developing a timeline of that action because there's so many moving parts right now. But what does that look like as far as when we do have identified schools and teachers that are going to be trained, what that looks like, what the next step is, what it looks like from this piece. Now they're all trained, and now this is what everyone's doing. By next year, this will be happening, or, what does that look like?
And so I want to shout out my team who is sending me a barrage of texts. So I know that we have train-the-trainer sessions that have already been happening for our teacher leaders, which I've mentioned for our teachers. There's monthly PD for TOAs. And I want to make sure I honor that they're sending to me. We have done teacher PD after school, so things I've mentioned. And again, like I said, on Friday is where our touch point with our district-wide, data-wise process, so our internal process happens, which precedes our iReady training. And that's the training where they're getting trained, principals are getting officially trained on the reports in a turnkey manner, so that all the click path that we just showed you in Snapshot, principals are gonna learn how to maneuver that and have the materials and supports to then turn that around to their teachers. I will assure you though, in many of your buildings, if you when you walk in to visit and you ask teachers about their iReady data, a good amount of them have already been in it. And can talk to you about what's happening in their classrooms, because we are putting an emphasis on using it as an instructional tool. So I would encourage you all, as you visit classrooms, to ask your teachers about not just iReady, but the other data that they are using to inform classrooms. And I put a plug here, and then how is this, what I'm seeing in the classroom, aligned to the grade level expectation that it should be aligned to. So those are your two, if you're gonna visit, my encouragements when you visit classrooms.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online on Zoom? Okay, Commissioner Malloy, I do see your hand.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How many schools are currently using iReady? Everyone's using it at this point?
Anybody who supports students in
No, but some schools have had access to it for a bit longer than others.
So we opened the window at the same time. We opened the tool before we opened the window. So folks who got their usernames and stuff jumped in, and then there was a window open. But any school that supports grades K through 8 has access to iReady as a system and a resource, and should be using it.
Fantastic. I like what I see so far. It's really clear. And just as a teacher, I'm looking at this in front of me. A lot of it is shocking to see, of course, when I see that there are kids that are 2 and 3 years behind already. But it's targeted support, or it's going to help us provide targeted support to our students. So I think this is really valuable for our district, and can't wait to see where it goes. Thank you.
And I just have one other question. I would ask our board clerk, Ms. Wade, to place this on the agenda item for our leadership meetings.
Thank you. Madam President, okay, anybody else before we move forward? Dr. Black, thank you so much. Go ahead and get your water. But we appreciate your presentation and your thorough responses. Okay, and so it looks like we have our interim Chief of Special Education, Desiree Richmond. And we're going to go have a sped review at this time. Thank you so much, Ms. Richmond.
Okay, hopefully, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good? Okay. Good evening. So this evening, I'm so happy to present to you a review of special education, some data, and some highlights. That better? Some highlights? Yeah, I don't have a really big voice like Dr. Black. Is that better right there? Okay. So I'm going to start with some information, and I'm going to provide 4-year trend data that takes a look at our enrollment, our classification rate, our graduation rate, dropout rate, suspension rate, and some of the goals we're looking at, especially for least restrictive environment. This data here, the highlight of this slide really demonstrates the number of students with disabilities, and you can see that from 18-19 to current 21-22 preliminary data that we do have less students, but I'm going to show you another slide that's not always including all our preschool students, and that's the next column. This is based on Basic Educational Data System, which is BEDS Day, which is in October. It's the first Wednesday in October, and it is expected by that date that in the school year, returning and new students are registered and have been processed, and stable enrollments are counted at that time. I do want to bring your attention to the preschool numbers. They have declined significantly, and I think it's due to COVID, but I also provided a second number that is in parentheses that shows you this was 347 on Beds Day, but it is now at 496. So we are seeing a sharp rise in our preschool students. I took the opportunity to take the classification rate and separate it by enrollment by schools. This particular slide is the elementary level, and you will see that, of course, some look sharply higher than others, but that's because in those higher percentages, that's where many of our specialized programs are. This is our secondary classrooms, and you'll see that that evens out because there's less secondary schools and less buildings, so it will look higher. Our classification rate is about 21%. I thought this was a very important slide to demonstrate to you the difference between the location of where our students with disabilities are. So currently, we have 4,729 students that are in district programs. And then you will see that in agencies, we have 432 students. So agencies are like BOCES 1, BOCES 2, Hillside, Mary Cariola. Charters and non-public. And the arrows there that I have, you can see that the agency numbers are decreasing, but our charter and non-public schools are increasing, the students placed in charters. We have a grand total right now of 6,326 students. And you can see that that is only a slight, about 100 students or so from the previous school year. This next slide demonstrates the 4-year years of students with disabilities by classification type. So I have highlighted that there is a decrease in the other health impaired classification, learning disabled, which is LD, and emotionally disturbed students. And we are seeing an increase in speech language impaired and children with autism. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen a growth in the area of autism, and that is the area that we probably have had to increase more classrooms and more availability for our students in programs. I've also included our disability by ethnicity, and that has been pretty stable. We're running around the same numbers. You can see there's not a big difference between the 2021 and the 21-22 school year. I added this slide because although we say, well, we have about 6,000 students or so in special education, but my team is running close to 10,000 meetings every year. And when you think about 25 associate directors, 8 TCOSIs, which are teacher coordinators of special education, that's over 300 meetings per person. That's an astounding number to me. That's quite a bit to handle when you think about the preparation that goes into a meeting, the communication that needs to happen, the finalization of the document, making sure it's in compliance, and then the distribution and ensuring that everyone has a copy and understands the document. I could not do this work without the incredible team that I have. So I wanted to give a shout out to my directors who work tirelessly every day, and that's Amy Tata, Melissa Pittman, Michelle Osgood, and Jamie Lustig, who has taken on the charters and external agencies and has done some incredible work for us in that area. This gives you an idea of our initial referrals and the outcomes. This talks about a student that is first brought to the table to be classified as a student with a disability. And you can see that currently we've held about 100 meetings, initial meetings. Only about half are eligible. Many of these are parent referrals. Some, I think, speak to what Dr. Black was talking about in strengthening our MTSS supports and pre-referral intervention strategies. This is unusual for me to see this high of a number that is not eligible, because usually when you're sitting down at the table, you have strong documentation for what has been tried in the intervention. So I think this is an area of opportunity for us to really examine and how we can increase the supports to our students prior to special education. You'll notice on the a couple of previous slides, we don't currently have the suspension rate of our students finalized yet. However, I wanted to talk to you about Part 201 regulations, which talks about manifestation determination meetings. And this is for any student that has 10 or more days of suspension. They accrue it, or they may have been brought to a long-term suspension hearing. And we're going to go over 10 days of suspension. So we need to take a look and see if there's a connection with the disability, whether it has a direct and substantial relationship to the student's disability, or if the conduct was a direct result of the school district's failure to implement the IEP. So far this year, we have conducted 134 manifestation determination meetings. 69 of them were a result from a long-term hearing suspension. And now the highlights. This is some of the work that my team and I are very proud of. And our focus remains on instruction, professional development, effective interventions, and alignment with our strategic plan. It's important that you note that we have done a massive overhaul of process and procedures and changes so that these documents are written. We are currently working on, I guess I would call it like an app, where you can click this, it'll say special education, and it will lead to all our documents and our standard operating procedures, so it's easily accessible. We have many, so I think we really need to put it all in one place. Professional development is a key to much of our work. We have done specially designed instruction work, data-driven IEPs, which we had over 900 participants in a Zoom training. I mean, it was at different times, but it was ensuring that taking a look at the quality of our IEPs, and that we're making data-driven decisions when we develop them. We are focusing on literacy instruction through walkthroughs and coaches, and a partnership with our Regional Partnership Center through the State Education Department, taking a look at explicit instruction. I do, we do, you do. It's very important that this is a critical part of seeing this in every classroom. We have ongoing training on FBAs and BIPs and the requirements, functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans, and the requirements and strategies to maintain those documents. We have uplifted the case manager role. This is for all of our special education teachers. They make connections with our students and parents every day, and we have just outlined the great work that they do. We continue to work on our related service log and the documentation of services in collaboration with our Medicaid team to maximize billable services. We must continue our work, as I said, with the MTSS process and all the work that the teaching and learning team are doing to ensure that our students may not need special education if they get the interventions that, that will help them to progress. One of the items that I think have made a big difference, when I first arrived to the district, I was like, well, who's in those classrooms and where are they? And I had a visual, like it was a bar graph. But I said, you know what, let's reach out to our partners and see how they're tracking these massive numbers of students. And we were lucky enough to collaborate with the Syracuse School District that opened us and shared with us something they use called a C tracker. So Michelle Osgood, our director, spent eons of hours putting this together along with, I'm pretty sure she had some assistance from some of our associate directors in putting this together. And now we have a C tracker that it goes by school. It goes by every single classroom, and the program that it represents, and actual names of students with ID numbers. So how does this help us? It helps us build the continuum. It helps us know where the available seats are when a new student is classified or when a student moves into our district. It's been very helpful. And I think we need to continue our great collaboration with our school chiefs and our building principals to ensure that special education is the forefront of much of what we do in our planning. As you know, we are under a consent decree, and our annual report has been sent to you previously. I have included an addendum for some of the goals that we have reached. We did reach 8 of the 14 goals. 6 others were not reported. They're either still in negotiation or they have been impacted by COVID, and we cannot provide the data at this time. We are having our challenges for the 21-22 school year, and it's all surrounding staff shortages, which impact touches almost every goal in the consent decree. The chronic absenteeism of our students, I think that is difficult, and we're trying to address that by re-engaging students, reaching out to them, and obviously, as I said, the impact of COVID and as it results in the unfinished learning that we need to address. I have added the goals that we did reach, and the column on the left is the benchmark goal, and the column on the right is what we achieved last year. So these are the ones that we were able to achieve, and happy to report we did a great job last year. We are also under a corrective action plan, and this is in support with the regional associates and the regional partnership to support the district a district that we have been identified as in need. We have technical assistance to take a look at the IEP development and the CSE process. We are focusing on really improving data-driven performance present levels of performance, and that includes professional development. We're pulling IEPs weekly. We have office hours available for teachers to come in and help, so we can help review these documents. That includes our special education teachers, our related service school chiefs and principals. Moving forward, we certainly want to continue our work in taking a look at unfinished learning, and we are starting the plans for taking a look, what can we do in the summer, what can we do during breaks, Saturday time, to enhance the skills of our students that maybe have lost some time due to COVID. We're building a new continuum to take a look at, we really want to take a focus on CTE and work-based learning. Career and technical education and work-based learning is a critical piece for students with disabilities. It really needs to be a strong connection and part of their planning for transition as they leave us after they finish their education. We are continuing to use the seat tracker, as I said. We really want to build more availability of integrated co-teaching and consultant teacher seats. That leads to opportunities for least restrictive environment. We have improved in that area. The state target is 60%. We're at 58.6, I believe, so we're getting there. Special education students are general education students first, and special education is an additional layer of support. And that's why instructional support and MTSS, as I've said before, is has to be a focus. We will, I truly believe in the time that I've been here that we need to focus on that at our receivership schools in particular to ensure that we're addressing the needs of the students, or it will be difficult for the receivership schools to improve. We're plagued by staffing shortages, just across the county, across the country, right? And particularly in our situation. And I am looking for summer opportunities. I'm looking for ways that we can certainly focus, continue our strong focus on instruction and improving that for our students. And I commend Dr. Black and all the efforts that the teaching and learning team have done already to make a difference. We have to staff our students with special education certified teachers. And that is a goal that we're working on with some strategies with human capital to develop some recruitment strategies. And I also believe that the ratio of chairpersons to the number of students that we have is a high need, and I am really looking at that to see if we can reduce that so that they can participate more in classroom instruction and focus. So that's my presentation tonight, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your presentation. We know that the district has a lot of focus on special education coming into compliance, a lot of work to do there. I want to open up for questions. I want to start with the board clerk and just check online really quickly. No? Commissioner Malloy, any questions?
Not at this time. Yeah, I might have, second round, might have another question to ask.
Okay, I'm going to digress and move to Vice President LeBron.
Thank you. I actually have a few questions. I want to go back to you mentioning the Medicaid reviews, and I was trying to do some connections around that internally and just trying to follow up if we have at least found a temporary solution to our issues around obtaining the SIN numbers for billing. I don't know if that has occurred. I see Carlene has left, but if you have any updates on that, because I'm actually going to be meeting next week with the county and I can bring it up again, because I put this on their radar too. We should not be in a position as a district with the county as partners where we can't obtain SIN numbers for billing for students with special needs. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if you have any updates on that. I heard you mention early interventions, and I do agree with you, and we know that early intervention works. But unfortunately, early intervention is still not as obtainable as it should be for our families when they're going and seeking these services. With us too, I've seen it in early, UPK, EPK, and even kindergarten, when we have students come in who may have missed early intervention earlier on when they were just being seen in the community by their provider. Even getting access and assessed here internally, it's still a lengthy process to make those connections. So not sure if we internally have made headway around this. I want to ask that we not use acronyms. I know that there were previous presentations today, and I have asked other administrations not to do that, primarily because these are community presentations. This is lingo internal to this, to education and so forth. But if I'm just watching from the community and I'm not an internal lingo person, then I'm wondering, or making my own acronym association. So I just wanted to highlight that because I've seen it in several presentations tonight. I do want to uplift that you said receivership schools, and thank you for saying that because it's the same with ELL. If we don't do a focus on our neediest students within a school that's in receivership, we're almost setting them up for failure at this point because we know that the data says that if we focus keenly on students with disabilities and keenly on providing the support services for ELL students, that is actually the fastest way to get a school out of receivership. And I learned that from Albany. I learned that from the state doing some of these assessments and tools and utilizing these skills, but I want to uplift that we should be focusing and providing those supports for our schools in receivership. And then lastly, I heard you mention that you want to reduce the caseload for our folks who are chairpersons because the ratio of like all the CSEs that they have to, it's really unmanageable. I'm just curious if you have ideas on how we do that, because I would love to support that. I would love to have them come into the classrooms, and then they would be better chair people if they were actually in the classroom observing the students too. So how do we do that, Desiree?
Okay, so I'll address that. So I've done some research on, well, how many did we have in the past? And I discovered that we had over 40 chairpersons before, and right now we're down to like 35. So the only way to do it is to get more boots on the ground, and to do that. And I think personally, I'm looking at my budget to see if there are ways that I can do that, but I know that the grant funding will help. The regular, the 611, not any of the ARP, the one that we get every year. So I think we will be able to support adding more. And I think that's right. I would love to get our associate directors into classrooms more, helping the principals doing observations, taking a lens through a special educator, right? Specially designed instruction and explicit instruction. Like, let us be the experts, let us help. Let us work side by side with the building principals to accomplish that.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. I like the thought about the dollars. There's a lot of dollars pouring in, and I'm not going to perceive to be an expert at this point. I'm still learning, but I know there's got to be some kind of money on the table to support something that is well needed in the district at this time. I did want to digress and go back to Commissioner Malloy. She did remember her point, and then I'll move forward from there, President Elliott, respectfully.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Can you just talk a little bit more about the staffing shortages and where we're seeing those? Is this in the classroom? Can you give me a number, perhaps, or a general figure?
It is special education teachers, bilingual special education teachers. We have a shortage in school psychologists. We've had some resignations. I know that there are at least 6 school psychologist vacancies. We've had
out of how many, school psychologists across the district?
68, I believe.
Okay.
Across. So the impact of that, right, is they're the ones that do our initial assessments and our reevaluations. So that could impact the timeliness of some of our evaluations. But we've done some additional things to ask some of our school psychologists to do some additional work for us. So we're trying to close that gap that way.
So would you say that it's every school that has a need for special education teachers or other staff members?
I think there's very few schools that aren't impacted by staffing shortages in special education, whether it's a teacher, assistant, a paraprofessional, or special education teacher.
So does this mean that some students aren't having their IEPs met? How does this translate into...
I'm sorry, you have to say that.
How does this affect our students then? Are there students not receiving services that they should be provided?
So they're substitutes, but they may not be certified in special education. And then we have our instructional coaches go in to support those teachers and to help them do the best they can and continue our recruitment efforts.
Okay, and how many teachers, total special education teachers across the district, would you say that we are in need of full-time employees?
Can we do this, Commissioner Malloy, because I don't want to not give you accurate numbers? We create what's called vacancy reports, and that we can send that in a Friday letter to the board.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
I think that'd be great.
Okay, any additional questions? Thank you. And President Elliott, yes.
Yes, my concern is the CSE meetings with parents. I happen to be an advocate for a parent years ago, and while the parent had a parent liaison there, that person was not effective at all. But you had all of these professionals around the table, and you had the parent. And even with the parent making requests, they did not honor that parent's request. So my concern is that environment is less intimidating, that there are less people who are in that meeting who know the lingo, who know the professional language, and trying to communicate that to a parent, and not having it be a balanced kind of meeting. And Madam Superintendent, all too often you have all of these people in a room who are supposedly needed to be there, and I'm talking across the board now, and you have only the parent. And that is an intimidating environment. And in this case with the CSE, I would be looking forward to having less people in that room when they're meeting with the parent. If that means just a chairperson or one or two other people, but not when I was in that room helping to advocate for that parent, 9 professionals in that room versus 1 parent. And let me just say this, and this is not on your watch, but even when I was in the room, they didn't care that I was in the room at all, right? And nor did they acknowledge or respect the parent's wishes, right? And I'll just say this, I don't know if this is the case, but that parent ended up dying. And she had been advocating for her child for a very long time. So, Madam Superintendent, I'll direct that to you. We've got to get that not only in the CSE, but also those other meetings where it seems to be the chief there, the principal there, somebody from parent engagement. I mean, all of these people, and that can be intimidating. So we need to work on that process, Madam Superintendent.
The only thing I will say to address that, President Elliott, is that Part 200 regulations require certain members at meetings. So a special education teacher of the student needs to be there, a general education teacher, an evaluator, a person that can interpret, a chairperson. And then if there are additional, let's say it's an initial meeting and there was a speech evaluation and maybe a physical therapy evaluation, you have to have people to represent those assessments. So annual reviews are a little bit, but when you talk about a reeval or an initial, there's just certain requirements that have to.
Can they go in one at a time, or do they have to be in there all together? Because that's an intimidating space for a parent who doesn't know, as I said, the language, trying to listen to one person, then there seem to be 9 people in the room. And they're not always as supportive of our parents. I just have to put that, on the record because they're not. I've experienced it firsthand. So some kind of way we've got to be creative about who's in the room or when they're in the room, because I just think that you may not get a lot of information from our parents if, in fact, they feel intimidated by all of those professionals that may be in that room.
I will tell you, we have noticed that one positive outcome of the pandemic are Zoom CSE meetings, and it does create more of a feeling about a playing field that's more level, because you're not all in the room, but you can see people, and it actually has increased our parent participation rate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm noticing some lights. I see Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, can we take the slide presentation to the high school bar graph? There was one thing that was, it stood out so much, and I don't want to presuppose the reason, but the third from the end is School of the Arts, and it is a good 5% lower than even the next lowest, which was shared by three other schools. It would be interesting to see if if it were disaggregated by cohort to see if the total school population is skewed by having not received as many students with disabilities in years past, in the cohorts that would be seniors and juniors now, and that maybe that number has increased in more recent years, or it could not. So it'd be interesting to see how it disaggregates by cohort, but in any event, it seems to me that we need an active to ensure that students with disabilities have as much opportunity to participate in a specialized program like School Without Walls. I mean, if we can have 15% of the students that are in the early college that are presumptively college-bound, then surely we can accommodate 15% in School Without Walls. And I can't think of a good excuse not to. But I don't want, like I said, I don't want to presuppose. There might be a perfectly good reason that has its roots in ancient history. But if the last few placements have been below not even the district average, but well below every other school, then there's something that we need to do to address that.
We would love to have more students with disabilities at School of the Arts. I think part of the process of acceptance at School of the Arts sometimes can be a barrier, because I think some of our kids have to do an audition and the timeliness, but we're working with a team to see if we can improve on that.
Well, and that's good to hear, because, if we're talking about, let's just pull an idea out of a hat. If we're talking about ADHD, kids who have a need to be moving and kinetic are perfect fits for School of the Arts. They shouldn't be disqualified from School of the Arts at all. If there are issues with kids who are coming from elementary schools that are specialized schools, and they're not well represented in the audition cohort, then we need to be targeting those schools with information about School of the Arts and say everyone's eligible to audition. If, sometimes it's a self-selecting process.
And they're SOTA is very collaborative with us too, and we're just trying to get more students. You're right. It's something like, I was always like, wow, school, that should be great for students with disabilities. So we would love to continue trying to promote that.
Sometimes it's a self-selection problem at the elementary school. I know that some small elementary schools, their art teachers just push their students to audition. The music teachers push the kids to audition. And other schools, I don't know, they don't take enough interest in the kids that do show talent to promote them, or I don't know, but they're not as represented in the in the audition body. And we should look at not just at the students that are at SOTA by cohort, but also at the data about what schools are underrepresented in the audition process.
Right, just to follow up on that right before you go, Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Powell, we are looking to increase access at all of our schools, because we do look at the data and we do see trends, just like it was, clearly identified this evening on this slide as you outlined. So that's a focus for us as we move forward to look at how we can make sure that if it's a program that's offered in the Rochester City School District, that all students have access and opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you. On slide 13, you talked about chronic absenteeism. Excuse me. And first of all, thank you for the work that you do with students with disabilities. I want to thank you for that. But on slide 13, you mentioned that. But on 15, when you, in your action plan, it didn't address, what you're going to do for the chronic absenteeism for these students. So I was hoping to see something in your action plan.
So we follow, the district has an action plan that, and steps that we take. I can definitely speak to what we've been doing for North Star students. Like, we've been doing home visits, trying to re-engage them, talking about some of the options that they have. Sometimes I've told my staff, even for all of our kids, right? If a student isn't showing up, is it the right program? Right? Just don't assume they're not coming because they don't like school. Maybe it's something that we need to offer something different. So we hold annual review meetings no matter what on every student that is enrolled, and we try to re-engage. And if a student is not coming, we will reach out to families and try to hold meetings to say, okay, your absentee rate is this high, what's going on? Let's have a CSE meeting. Let's talk about what your needs might be, and
Okay.
is there a difference?
Thank you.
Madam President.
So Desiree, where are we in terms of the consent decree? Where are we in terms of adhering to the requirements that the district has to comply with?
So I did attach you have our annual report, but I also attached some of the goals. Right now, we're looking at what can we accomplish this year? And I think most of the goals are achievable this year, but we may be struggling with a few because of staff shortages. And
Because of what, I'm sorry? Because
sorry?
of what? Staff shortage.
Staff shortages.
Shortage. Okay, thank you.
And if that's the case, we'll consult with, our attorneys and the others, Empire Justice, who is a part of the consent decree, and collaborate with them and to see what we can do moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Oh, Commissioner Adams, yes.
I just had to say is that I hear about parents being intimidated by professionals. So since I've been on the board, the most powerful parents that I ran up on is the special ed parents, man, student with disability. I think the professionals are intimidated by those parents. They are powerful in this district. They're advocating. And if there's any intimidation, it's the professionals are intimidated by them. And so I just had to give them a shout out, man, because they've taught me so much over the past 2 years. And that's all I want to say is shout them out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very true statement. Any other questions before we close out this portion of the meeting? Okay, well, thank you so much, Ms. Richmond, Interim Chief of Special Education. We look forward to a continued discussion. And we're going to move the agenda forward at this time. And Superintendent Myers-Small is going to share an update around remote learning at this time.
Thank you, Commissioners Simmons, and good evening to everyone again. I know I stand between each of you and the ending of this meeting, but this is an important topic, but I'll work hard to condense my information and be extremely brief. Yesterday, as you are well aware, I made the decision for our district to reopen to in-person learning in phases. Tomorrow, Wednesday, January 12th, 32 schools and programs, which include 1 early childhood school, 18 elementary schools, seven secondary schools will return to in-person learning. And then on Tuesday, January 18th, 22 schools in total, 12 elementary and 10 secondary will return to in-person learning. Those 22 schools right now currently are remaining in remote learning. There was a lot of work and decision-making that went into coming to a final outcome. We reviewed certainly staff attendance data. We reviewed student absenteeism data, and we looked at the infection rates in the county. Several people and departments working together allowed us to get to this point. Certainly, I'm looking at Medisol and her team. I think you will be very pleased to know that all of our information went out in 7 languages to the district, which is a huge. So if we can just honestly, we've been clapping for folks tonight. If we can clap for Medisol and her team, because that is a significant shift in our district, because it has been previously in English and then in Spanish. I'd also like to thank Mike Schmidt and his team, operations. They quickly were able to make the pivots with us to ensure that we had 15 food sites across the school district so that our scholars could receive breakfast and lunch, and I do have those numbers. I can either email it or send it in the Friday letter so you can see how that occurred on each day. The chiefs of schools worked in collaboration with principals over the weekend, and literally, I know some of you were reaching out. I need a decision, Dr. Small, but we literally were working directly with the principals to look at school by school by school to see really how many could remain open. I think it's really important to share, however, that there wasn't any pressure for it. Was what do your numbers say and what will work for you as far as either reopening on Wednesday, which was the maximum number for us to arrive at that 32, and then at a later time. The principals, again, were extremely instrumental in having conversations, and they've been really participating in a heavy lift to make sure all of the pieces work together. Certainly our teachers have been incredibly flexible, and they have worked hard, as well as our support staff. Glenn Vanderwater and his team, and I sent that information home to you over the weekend, conducted professional development, had drop-in hours, made sure that Chromebooks and MiFi devices were available. And so really, it was the entire team at both the central office and at the school levels working together to get us to this point. You know, this was a situation that no matter what decision I made, I was going to face criticism from internal and external stakeholders. And I have to share, as I shared yesterday with the media, my guidepost was really looking and taking into consideration the social emotional health. And I can't tell you how many students have reached out to me in particular to say, thank you for making the decision. You know, the secondary students said, we know it was hard, but thank you for trying to keep open as many schools or returning to in-person learning as many schools as possible. So we continue to certainly monitor the staff absences, and we're on top of that. We're looking obviously at student absences. We're looking at the daily attendance as we pivoted to remote. And one of the things that I will share, on average, the attendance has been about 60%. And again, that for remote learning. So we have the data for elementary schools, for secondary schools, and for the district overall. We will still continue to have 8 sites across the district for those schools that remain in remote learning so that scholars can get their breakfast and lunch. There are some areas certainly that I know that have been brought to the attention of commissioners and to the media, and one of them certainly is heat and room temperature. When you have fewer individuals in a school, the temperature does tend to drop. We did have some boiler issues and other heating issues, but as soon as we were made aware of what was going on in the schools, Mike and his team went out and they worked to remedy that and to address that. And again, the principals have been great. They're saying, you know what, if that's something that's happening in my school, my staff just needs to let me know. We also know that there has, and some commissioners have reached out about staff reporting to schools. This is not an issue of professionalism or that we don't trust our staff, but as we talk together as a team, and this was something that we did spend a lot of time talking about, that just the instruction, the quality of instruction is higher, and just having access to technology if there are issues and glitches, because we haven't done this for a while, that we really felt that that was important to have staff report. And again, I know that that has not been a popular decision either. I think the final thing that I'll just share is that we also are really being very diligent about ensuring parents and caregivers know that if something changes, that we're working hard to make a decision earlier in the day if we can, so that, one, we give time for translation to occur, because that's the thing that I didn't share. It takes 2 hours to complete all those translations. So sometimes when you see, I might have a decision, but we need to wait, because what we've done in the past is we've announced, and then our families who don't speak English or Spanish, there's a significant delay, or there's even the next day. So we're really trying to make sure that all of that happens as close to real time as possible. I'll end by just sharing that, again, my lens, my guidepost for making this decision was to take the social emotional health of our scholars, from our youngest ones all the way up to those who are anticipating to graduate. And we are going to be working on re-entry plans, because students, again, as they have been out, have experienced some trauma, and we want to make sure that we have those supports in place as they return back to school on Wednesday and Tuesday of next week. So with that, Commissioner Simmons, that ends my updated report on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent. I'm going to start online if there's any questions on the Zoom. Okay, and Commissioner Malloy, any questions, thoughts?
No particular questions. I think I've been pretty clear about how I feel about the issue. I would say this. I think that I really wish, as a district, that we had considered staff members who also have children in the district, if they had been allowed to teach remotely from home, because a lot of them have young kids, and with such a quick pivot, very hard for them to find childcare. I'm pretty privileged in that my children are older, and I'm in a situation where I can find access if I need to, but many families can't. Even some of our teachers or teaching assistants. And I think that they should have maybe had the choice to teach from their homes while their children were remote and not have to use sick time. I just think that that would have been a really nice offering to our teachers. And I'm just disappointed that we weren't able to work with them more and talk about what their needs were. And if we care about the social, emotional health of our children, we should also consider that there are many families who have kids in multiple schools. And so if one school's going back and other kids are still at home remote, that has a social emotional impact on families and kids as well. So I just think that we should be considering those things, and I respect the fact that you're in a difficult situation and that we're all suffering as a community. And you're gonna get criticism no matter what you choose, and I respect that. But I think we had an opportunity to maybe work a little more closely with some of our staff members to get some more feedback. And I think some bridges have been burned, unfortunately, and we're going to have to rebuild those bridges. But thank you for you and your team's work. I commend our tech department, our facilities. People are working their tails off, and I just want to uplift everyone who's been working so hard across the district. And I know it's a difficult situation, so thank you.
So noted. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, again, there's no perfect answer. I would not want to be in your shoes. And I do recognize there are things that are outside of our control, inside control. And so looking at the things that are within our control, again, there's still no perfect approach to these pieces. You're going to always face that, and I do respect and understand that piece. With that said, I do recognize that there are a lot of families affected. We know that primarily we want our children in schools. We know that that's where the learning occurs. We need them there. That's where the supports are, and that's where we want to have them. And again, outside of your control, you cannot control that COVID is rampant, things of that nature. So some families have definitely expressed frustration around the response time or when they're getting notice around, oh my goodness, the school is closing and it's tomorrow, and I didn't have planning time, childcare, the same things that we continue to hear. My question, I guess, would be, Superintendent, is there an opportunity to develop on some level a COVID response plan that is able to determine something that is monitored on the site or somewhere where parents can look and say, hey, this is the criteria that will help us determine if schools are closing? She said if we reach this percentage or this number of students out, staff out, transportation out, these are the pieces that will determine that the schools are going to close. And when they're looking at that, and I know those are moving pieces as well, but these are the pieces that will help us predict that. So as they see it creeping up towards that number, they may be able to say, oh, wow, we're getting there. We need to start putting some plans in place, of course, with additional communications on our end as well. Is that like impossible, or?
It's not impossible, but as I shared, transportation, we have a little more of a clear idea of the threshold that if we reach 150 drivers out, we can't transport. Like, we would have to fully have the district go remote. As far as at the schools, it can't be a clear percentage or number because of the different types of staff that we have and the ways that principals are working with their different staff, right? And so we've really left that autonomy up to the principals. They know their schools better than we do. And so you can't say, well, because we did try to do that. We said, okay, I think we started with like 35, if we hit 35%, but that doesn't always necessarily mean that a school is going to have to go remote. One of the other things that we did work on in a call to talk about emergency daycare options, and so that information is on the website and we've gotten that information out. But the other thing that's happening is that daycares are even shutting down because of the COVID numbers. But we did work to try and remedy that or to make sure that those resources were available. But I'm in an untenable situation, right? Because there are so many unknowns that are out there. And again, I know the decisions that I make and, that I will have to make in the future will not please everyone. And I get that. And we try to just mitigate that to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm going to move over to Vice President LeBron.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Commissioner Simmons. I actually have several points that I do want to make, and so I just want to kind of gather my thoughts because I want to understand how many people on your team were impacted by the decision to close schools and whether they have children in this district that prevented them from moving forward in their position. And I say that because I don't know who all the commissioners were that called you, Leslie, but I called you Friday. Yeah. And I said to you, I would rather that you make a decision sooner rather than later. And I called President Ellie and had this conversation, I texted her and let her know too, primarily because of childcare. I looked at the resources that you all put up last night on RCS. Y'all didn't put it up last night, but I went last night because I needed to understand why CBOs were closed. And if they're closed because COVID and we're closed because COVID, how can we operate in this half open, half closed when we do have families? We know that we have families who have children spread out in multiple schools. But I almost could not believe that we would tell our own staff that childcare could not be a reason to call in and that they needed to report when we shut down. That absolutely makes no sense to me if their child is an actual student in this district. And my own child is in quarantine and I am struggling trying to get my work done and have her in that room, catering to her in a room, and also having to step out of the house for meetings and things like that. She's not allowed to be legally alone yet. So it's been a struggle trying to manage this for my own household. So then we're also putting educators and paras and TAs. And the other thing is, I just want everybody listening to understand that finding childcare and accessing childcare and then being able to afford childcare, these are layered issues. So childcare right now, it has staffing shortages, so there are less open slots. Affordability is really out the question for the majority of people, myself included. And then on top of that, it is not a quick and easy process. If I need childcare tomorrow from a facility, there's a process of applying and looking at, you know, my daughter's information, her medical information. There's a process. She can't just start today from one day to the next. In addition to that, this surge, we are in a COVID surge, and I'm gonna ask this board not to ask whether there's a feasibility for a COVID plan. I'm asking this board to demand from the administration that we have a COVID plan that is clear. We will have another surge of a variant of COVID. That is, at this point, we should anticipate that. The plan that we put out in August no longer works for this district and this community today. We were not expecting this variant to pop up. And I just want to point out as well that yes, many of us have heard from staff around the conditions of the building and the temperatures. That's one issue. The other issue is the communications. People cannot find childcare in less than 24-hour notice. And unless y'all coming to watch my child, I don't want a less than 24-hour notice about what I'm going to do with my child and I have to work. Because I know people think I have all this support, but my kids are all over the place, and my man got to work, and he got a job, and he cannot leave his job to watch the baby, well, you know, my child, while I have to do what I need to do at work. And I'm in a privileged situation. I always acknowledge that. So there are families with less privileges who are facing this and struggling with this. I also want to add that with Omicron specifically, that some of the issues with Omicron is that it does impact children and it impacts their health. And we have been telling the public for months and months and months that COVID and children are safe, and that's simply not true either. We know that that's not true with this variant. But I also have to acknowledge that nurses in our schools and our staff also need to understand that with this variant, that nausea is a sign of COVID of this particular variant, body chills and back pain. Because those are symptoms that we actually did not associate with COVID before. So we have staff, we have kids who are coming in, they don't feel good, they have tummy aches, they're going to the nurse, they're being sent back. That is a sign of Omicron for them to be testing positive. So this is a much layered issue. I will go back to asking for the board, because at this point you made the decision, and you're right. You're gonna have people on all sides upset about this. But on the flip side, don't use social and emotional health for children when you haven't produced social emotional supports for kids since school started. You haven't produced that in this district. This administration hasn't come to this board and said, here are all the counselors we're about to hire for every single school. We haven't done that, so don't use it now. And this is not long-term. I am not advocating for a long-term shutdown. I will tell y'all, my own child will never let me live that down. She already is pissed off that her school was on the list of closure and her friends were on the open list. But it upsets me so much that we play this trickery in this district where we use things and uplift it when we want to push our narrative, and then we shove it down when it doesn't fit our narrative. We haven't done anything to address the social emotional needs of our kids. It is now what, January, school started in September. We haven't done anything. So I want to uplift that, because you can say we've done stuff in a newsletter and we've sent 1 or 2 people out here, but we haven't had a concrete plan to address social emotional needs of our kids. Don't use it now. And I'm going to end with this. I'm asking this board to direct the superintendent to come with a comprehensive COVID plan for our parents and this community, and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice President LeBron, you said show me the money, and we're going to move over to President Elliott at this time.
No questions.
Moving on, we have Commissioner Patterson. I see your mic on. No? Okay. Did you want to respond at all, Superintendent? Okay.
No, I get, you know, I don't use pat words. I respect Vice President LeBron's words, and we'll continue to move forward. I respect what Commissioner Malloy said as far as all of this, and so we'll take the feedback. That's the purpose of having conversations with the board commissioners, to hear your feedback and your passion about this, and we'll work to address the issues and the concerns that you have.
And Board Clerk, Madam Clerk, I'd like to just double check on the Zoom and make sure I'm not overlooking any particular hands. Okay. If there are no more items for discussion this evening, that it looks as if we have a discussion. And so I want to remind everyone that at this time, the Board Clerk is going to pull up the meeting survey. Oh, the meeting survey is on here. So we just don't forget to take the meeting survey before you leave. And at this time, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting this evening.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? The meeting has been adjourned. Thank you.